Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes.
Okay. Hello.
I'm still an amateur. Anything you see that works on this page is due to Mage.
How's everybody doing?
I don't work. Mage, I'm sorry. I don't work. I'm retired. Hey, Scummer.
Hey, I just popped in and all I heard was like adult themes, and so.
Well, we'll get to that later. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Today is Rainbow Bridge Remembrance Day. So we remember all of our furry, feathered, and otherwise skinned friends who have passed.
Furs, feathers, scales, whatever they have.
Yep.
And Mage brought up the poem. The text is a little too small for me to read it, though.
I'll fix that. Rainbow Bridge. Just the side of heaven is a place called Rainbow Bridge, which when an animal dies that has been especially close to someone here, that pet goes to Rainbow Bridge. There are meadows and hills for all our special friends, and so they can run and play together. There's plenty of food, good water, and sunshine, and our friends are warm and comfortable. All the animals who had been ill and old are restored to health and vigor. Those who were hurt or maimed are made whole and strong again, just as we remember them in our dreams of days and times gone by. The animals are happy and content, except for one small thing. They each miss someone very special to them, who had to be left behind. They all run and play together, but the day comes when one suddenly stops and looks into the distance. His bright eyes are intent, and his eager body he quivers. Suddenly he begins to run from the group, flying over the green grass, his legs carrying him faster and faster. You have been spotted, and when you and your special friend finally meet, you cling together in a joyous reunion, never to be parted again. The happy kisses rain upon your face, as your hands again caress the blood of Ted, and you look once more into the trusting eyes of your pet, that's so long gone from your life, but never absent from your heart. Then you cross Rainbow Bridge together. You don't know how many times I had to read that to not break it down right now.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I have always lived with cats. We had 3 cats in the house since I was born. And so, yeah, it's been, over the years, a couple of dozen. There are a couple that particularly stand out, but, there are so many, that I remember little episodes with each of them.
Yeah, I don't believe the Rainbow Bridge story, but it still gets me every time.
It's a nice sort of poem and a nice thought and so on. But and someone put in the comments, yes, it's a much nicer thought than the concept of heaven, to be quite honest. But
yeah,
unfortunately, I don't believe in either. But
yeah.
Well, yeah, but if it actually is true, then I am going to go to heaven, and I am literally going to be the crazy cat lady.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go to heaven, and I'm going to have 2 dogs and several dozen cats.
So interestingly enough, I also came across this post today. Somebody by the name of Snowdub Crowley. He has come home. You see, he leaves his ashes in paw print, and now he can rest next to his father and grandfather here on his shelf and watch over me. That was his Doberman, and that had died just this past week apparently.
Oh.
And he just got the whole remembrance stuff today.
Yeah.
So it seemed like perfect timing, and I figured it'd be something worth bringing up.
Well,
Even though I don't know who this person is, but it just.
Unfortunately, therein lies a sort of somewhat a problem with like the Rainbow Bridge. Like, if you go onto it and everyone else's pet is there, everyone else's Rottweilers are not going to let you pass.
Oh, what if anybody has a special goose?
Now, the Dobermans will let you pass, but you might not get back out again.
Well,
yeah.
I was thinking about that on another level, but like for my sister, if it's all of the pets you've had, then that means her gerbils are living with the cats who ate them.
Well, I get it. I get it from it was just the really special ones that get this treatment.
Yeah.
I was going to say I could do without one or two of the budgerigars I've had.
Yeah. Well, for me also, I keep saying that if I have to pick any gods, I'll drop back to the Norse mythology because, that fits into my family heritage.
Yeah.
So the Rainbow Bridge was also the bridge to Asgard and, where the warriors would cross to go to Valhalla after they died.
And to me, a pet that's still around, Molly just caught her tail.
Yeah, Ethan chases his own tail.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've got thunderstorm just came rolling in, so if I get knocked out, you'll know what happened.
Well, for me, I think it's interesting with the Rainbow Bridge then that if I go to Valhalla, I'm going to be surrounded by a legion of cats. So, I've already got my minions waiting for me.
Let's see here.
Sorry, I usually mute
And you
my
just
mic before that
inspired me to make another song. Cross the Rainbow Bridge to Valhalla, to the Hall of Heroes, to meet the Legion of Cats, or something like that.
Oh, here's one I gotta share.
Hey, Ember.
This was my cockatiel Nalo, and she's definitely one that would be in the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah, I should have prepped better.
I was actually I knew it was up on the wall somewhere. In my house somewhere on something. It's a thing relating to dogs, but it's just a little rhyme. It says I'm trying to remember exactly what it said, but it says you'll always be greeted warmly. It will never ever fail. You'll come home every day to the wagging of a tail. Which it's all. I mean, when I had a dog, it was one of the great sort of things when you come in, no matter how bad of a day you had, they're happy to see you.
This is my favorite set of photos of Nalo. I call it just a nice little series of shots as I was petting her.
Yeah.
That's my favorite there.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah. And an interesting thing about how it is that Molly was born the same month and year her Nalo died. Just a little bit later in the month. I just thought that was really odd. The odd situation there with getting Molly. But there's a backstory with getting Nalo here. I was looking to get a cockatiel around the time. So in 2005, or just about before 2005. So I had the cage. I was getting some toys and everything, and my mom died. So I was basically displaced from my home. I was essentially homeless. I was just living with my grandmother. And I went to this pet store at the mall, and they had a whole thing of cockatiels there. And I put my hand down on this one cockatiel would always come into my hand and sit in my hand and just kind of cuddle it. And she was like a little runt of litter. And she kept doing that every time we come by each week. And my friend was like, "You gotta get that cockatiel." Like, well, I don't have any place to put her right now. I'm staying at my grandmother's. I'm homeless. What can I do here? Like, well, I'll just keep it at my place until you're set up. So Nalo stayed at my friend's house for about a year before I could bring her back into the house and have a place to live for her. So it's her having this cockatiel was also connected to the loss of my mom too.
I had,
Yeah.
I was going to say to response to Mark, I've had numerous budgies, and not one of them ever managed to mimic voices.
Yeah.
I know they're capable of it, like parrots are, but budgies are a little. They just make a lot of bloody noise. That's all they do. It's just like this high,
Yeah, Nalo never really picked up too much on speaking either. She did a little bit once or twice, but not much. I have a son conure who does speak though, sometimes. Mostly just says "good bird" now.
Bye, Steph. Thanks for stopping in.
I see we have another image of
this is look at the tree, so you pay the true cost of a beloved pet in the end when they pass.
Yeah. That was a rough one with losing Nalo because that also brought up all the stuff with my mom.
Yeah, these are the most recent ones I lost, and they're very special. That's the gray one is Guapo, and the fluffier one is Fiona. And these were two of the cats that I brought in from the feral colony in New York and made the trip with me to Michigan. So, it just, they stuck with me through a whole lot of shit, including a period of being homeless for a couple of months.
Yeah. I also had a cat named Dee Dee and another one named Josh, who were the second and third cats I had. And of course, my first cat was Kiki. And my first dog was Foxy. Yeah, I remember Foxy. I was actually attending summer school at the time, with her, and my parents went to the animal shelter. I was been talking about getting a dog for a while, and they decided to surprise me when I got home. So they went to the animal shelter. They found her, and when they told me how they went to the shelter, there was a bunch of puppies. They're all jumping around, barking around, all playful and all that. And there was this one that was just curled up in the corner, or all calm looking, kind of sad and timid, and like, that one. And that's how they picked.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done too.
So I came home from summer school and she was curled up in my favorite chair, was looking all timid like that. And I sat down right next to her, and there was a photo of me with her that first moment too. Yeah. I don't have a photo on my computer though, unfortunately. It's, photos in a scrapbook somewhere.
Yeah, well, for me, that Sammy's son and Ethan were both shelter rescues. And I literally went into the shelter and I just asked, okay, who's been stuck here the longest?
Yeah, if I had the room and the money, I'd probably get another elderly dog, a small one, to go along with Molly.
Yeah, it's a good thing that my lease limits me with how many pets I can have, because if I had my own house, I would probably be prone to going to the shelter and just trying to adopt all of them.
Yeah, I saw this one video of a guy who had big lot of something like 3 acres of property or some big property, and he turned it into a whole area for adopted dogs he'd had. So they could all run around and just play.
Oh yeah, if I had several acres, I'd do something like that.
We'll share another video here.
I mean, I haven't had a pet in like 8 years, and the main reason is that I don't have the time to look after an animal, and it's just it's just if you're aware of that, don't buy a pet or anything. If you haven't got time to put in, don't get a pet.
Well,
be self-aware. Just be aware of enough of yourself to,
Yeah, and cats are much more independent than dogs, but you have to give them some attention every day. You have to just reassure them every day that they're loved.
Yeah. I mean, I love dogs, but like I wouldn't be able to look after a dog at the moment. It's just like there's so many people who like get dogs or whatever, and just they don't have the time to put in, and it's like you're not doing yourself a service, and you're definitely not doing the dog any favors. So
you say that just as Molly comes in to get scritches.
Yeah.
There is another video of Nalo. Now this is actually hormonal behavior, but this is kind of how it took to my hand. She's basically making a nest out of my hand. But when she was little, she'd just kind of cuddle into my hand and kind of like it was in a little nest. Kind of like that. That's how we got to know each other. Got to meet each other there.
Oh,
and the squawking in the background is Duncan, my son Conyer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they live quite a while sometimes, don't they, cockatiels?
Yeah, we were just talking about that with Commander. They can live between about. Not only lived to be about 16 because she ended up getting a couple of infections, but one of the oldest known cockatiels live is about 36.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like my best friend had a cockatiel growing up. I'm pretty sure he had it for like 18 and 19 years.
Yeah, that's about average for their lifespan. Though, like I said, they have been known to live longer.
Yeah.
I had a cockatiel. His name was Sammy. He was the first cockatiel. We got him in the early 90s, and he died in 2018. And I think he was a little bit more than. I know the number 42 sticks in my head, but that might be a bit much. But they told me he was at least 18 or something when we got him. So he was a sweet little bird.
Well, I think any of us who've read our guidebooks, the number 42 tends to stick in our heads for some reason.
Yeah.
Let's see, another animal I had good was my ferret, Sable. She was a nice one. If I get ferrets again, I'm gonna get a pair of them. I do have the cage for it. I just need to get a little set up and find a space to put them.
Yeah, my grandfather used to keep ferrets, but that's also though because he had an allotment where he used to grow like vegetables and stuff like that, and the ferrets were pest control.
Yeah, they are good ratters.
Rabbits was mainly what they were sent down to chase out of the holes.
Yeah, the funny thing is with the ferret is you'd run up behind the cats, and then jump on their cats on the back of the cats and ride them like a bucking bronco.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that because I've like last couple of months, I recently started working like a recycling centre or whatever. So I'm just basically surrounded by trash and that all day. I'll just say several days a week. This lady comes in there with a Harris Hawk as rat control. So yeah, we tend to fly the bird gets a fly out there several times a week at our place of work to catch rats.
Yeah, Guapo was a superb mouser. Again, one of the things that really endeared him to me is when I fell off a roof and could barely walk for a few days, he was concerned I wouldn't be able to feed myself, and he brought me 11 mice in the first 2 days.
It's very good of him.
People think that cats are aloof and that they don't really care about you beyond getting food. No, they each have their own personalities, and they really are concerned with you.
Yeah.
Which brings
Yeah,
up the next photo I was going to share here.
I was going to say, unfortunately, I think the world's most famous mouser apparently isn't all that good at mousing, which is Larry. So apparently he's not all that good at it. So
yeah, this is. I don't think she'll mind as her face is mostly covered here anyway. But this was my late fiance, and Sophia was her medicine kitty. That anytime she wasn't feeling well, that Sophia would be perched on the couch right there and would just stay with her and watch her all day. So Sophia was always trying to protect her when she wasn't feeling well. Now, a funny thing about that one too, though, was that my fiance liked to watch the reruns of the Golden Girls, and Sophia would get confused anytime the TV said her name.
That was a great show. That really was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there have been so many for me.
Someone should get a good writers and a good AI if Betty White's not around and make Tales from St. Olaf.
Oh, that would be fun.
Oh. I was so gutted that she died like just a week or two before her 100th birthday.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's just so annoying.
Yeah, she used to be Betty Gray, but then she fought the Balrog.
Yeah. Well, I always thought the funny thing was that originally they were going to cast her as Blanche in the Golden Girls and Rue McClellan as Rose, and then they kind of swapped, and they kind of realised that it would be better to sort of swap the actresses that were better suited to the other roles when they. So.
Yep.
What we have here.
Pat and Valhalla.
Yeah.
Cross the bridge of rainbow shine to Valhalla, realign. All the heroes close to the light, mighty cast in battle light. Leader of the feline pride, through the stars and moon we glide. Warriors wait with eyes so bright, destiny's in roaring fight.
AI thing?
Yes.
Whispers in the dark, ancient secrets they unlock. Glowing eyes and silent growl, voices rise and rolling howl. Claws of fury, claws of steel, in halls we make a deal. Echoes of 1,000 roars, history etched in our course. Mighty whispers in the dark, ancient secrets they embark. Glowing eyes and silent growl, voices rise and rolling howl. Claws of fury, claws of steel, in halls we make a deal. Echoes of 1,000 roars, history etched in our course.
It's not the greatest power metal band I've ever heard, but by no means the worst.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be how Petunia and Fiona would be waiting for me.
So that was an AI generated song, huh?
Yes.
Interesting.
I was just wondering about that last night, about AI generated music, because I have no musical talent at all.
So what did you use to generate that?
Sanyo.
Sanyu. All right.
Hmm.
You can put a link to that so we can check that out later.
Yeah.
I think for like comedic power metal, I think Nanowar is still safe for the moment. So
I just gave them money, so that's why I used this one.
That was pretty cool. Okay, and this is, again, the gray one is Tasha, and the white one is Sophia. And this was when I moved in with my ex, that Tasha had been the cat that I had had for a couple of years at that point. And Sophia was actually part of a dynasty, that she was the third generation of cat that had been born under the bed in the same room in that house. And she had her kittens under that same bed. So there were 4 generations of cats that were all born in that same room. Tasha was also very special to me. That actually, Sloth Girl had found Tasha because after we'd had a really bad snowstorm, when she was taking the garbage out, she heard a sound, and basically she had to, dig through a snowdrift that under the porch glider, there was a kitten that was basically had gotten buried in the snowdrift. And she looked just like the cat next door. Of course, the guy next door claimed that his cat had been spayed, but we're not buying it. He just didn't want the kittens back. So Tasha was the only one we found. So we don't know if there had been more, if she was the only one. But so I took her in because I'd gotten a new apartment and didn't have any pets at that point. And she was a really smart one. And I'm kind of glad I don't have her here, because in this building we don't have doorknobs. All of them are the lever handles. And Tasha would have been out that door every time I turned my back. Because she had figured out the doorknob concept. There were several times that I came into the room to find her hanging from the doorknob. So she knew that pulling on that would open the door. She just couldn't figure out how to turn the knob.
I think I had a cat that figured that out too, if I remember correctly.
The other thing she was really smart about is I had tried to, do the training with the squirt gun with her. And she quickly figured out there were certain things I didn't want to get wet. So anytime I caught her at something, she would jump up onto the computer or the VCR. So, okay, then to get around that, I was going to try to outsmart her, and I went to the toy store, and I got her a gun that shot ping pong balls. Because those would bounce off the computer, no problem. So when I was asleep at night, she would round up all the ping pong balls and hide all the ammo.
Very smart cat. Yeah, I've never been without a pet around of some sort in my life.
I'm
Even
sorry
when
to
I was
say,
born.
but cats will replace us as the dominant species on this earth one day. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah.
Yeah, one day they're going to have us all on leashes and be whipping us to make them food.
No, cats won't do that. Cats will just, enslave us to give them treats and clean their litter boxes 24/7. And wait a minute, that's already happening.
Yeah.
There's, I think I'm trying to remember. I think it's one of Neil Gaiman's Sandman comic. There was the story about the dream of cats, and they were kind of all dreaming together to try and overthrow the humans. So I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. It's been a long time since I read it.
I still gotta get around to reading that series.
Yeah, mind you, I just know there's some allegations against Gaiman now, isn't there? At the SA or something. So I'm really hoping they're not true. But I'll be like, no, not Neil as well.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the assault charges on him.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know. You're just hoping it's not true. It's like, no, but
well, I don't think it
you've got
necessarily
to
takes
prepare
away.
for yourself. You got to just prepare for yourself for the fact that it might be.
Yeah. So, I wouldn't say it takes away from the artwork he's done. So
no. I mean, I can sort of, I can kind of see that with most people that that I can appreciate contributions they've made to whatever field they're in, even if they're people I find morally objectionable on some level. But there's maybe a few exceptions where it just becomes really just too hard.
Let's see here. It looks like 2 more women came out accusing him of stuff too.
Yeah, I know that it's more than one person. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not finished with pets yet, so.
Oh, okay. Back to pets. No problem.
Where is it now? Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to have to do this one differently because I'm not. Okay, I'm going to have to share this one differently because for some reason it's not coming up the way I wanted it to.
Which one? There we are.
Well, trying to get... Okay, Mage, can you hit the button to share this video? For some reason, my video player doesn't come up right in this.
You do video file and then...
Okay. Well, I'm just sharing the whole screen, so if you can just tap it for me.
Well, we got it playing.
So, yeah, this is what I keep talking about Petunia and her puzzle box. See, it's... This box actually has 3 smaller boxes sliding around inside it on different levels. So to actually get the treats from the boxes in the top level, she has to get them out of those boxes and knock them down through the levels. Because the other puzzle toys we had, she figured out too quickly. And this one, you can see how smart she is, because it's like she'll actually walk around the box and look at it from different sides. So you can see she's like planning her moves out like 2 or 3 moves ahead of time for how she's going to get the most treats out. So that was a gift from Skits Crasher that he sent that puzzle box to us.
Nice.
Okay, you can stop this one then. It doesn't have to play all the way through.
I'm pretty sure that most of them could beat humans in the game of chess, honestly, but
well, yeah, if you see them when they're hunting, they really do, plan things out to outsmart other animals. Oh, another thing with Fiona was a snake hunter. That I would often, go out on the back deck and find a snake with just 2 punctures right behind the head. And apparently she taught Sammy how to do this, because after I lost Fiona, Sammy was bringing snakes to my workshop.
Video of Nalo enjoying the air. I bring her outside. Cool. I bring her outside in the carrier, and I also have Duncan in the opposite side of the carrier. This little breeze going through her feathers, and she just play with the air.
Yeah, I'd wanted to do with Sammy's son of bring him outside, but he doesn't really like the idea. He literally, if I leave the door propped open, he will not step across the threshold. Yeah, he just doesn't want to have anything to do. I tried, I wanted to bring him out on a leash so he could play in the grass. He's just, he's got no interest in going outside. Yeah. Petunia, on the other hand, anytime the door is open, she's trying to run back upstairs to check on Sloth Girl. Yeah. And it's really sad because every night at 11, she's squawking at the door for me to bring her back upstairs because she thinks Mommy can't go to bed without her.
Mm. My mom's cat Tara, who had a carrier outside, she'd run out the door if we had left the door open, and run into the carrier and sit in the carrier and wait for us to close the door on it, so she'd sit there out in the front porch. That was her porch. She loved it.
Yes, Porpoise. Skydiving is not something you can do twice if you make a significant mistake.
Oh, and for those of you who have remnants of stuff that we've already played, you click on the 3 dots in the top right corner, and you can click remove.
Okay, I won't. I won't share a picture of my Tamagotchi anyway, though.
Yeah, Tamagotchi with dead batteries was sad,
Yeah.
but also at some point a relief.
Your Tamagotchi's long dead. The rap battle in Zombieland Saga.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rewatch that anime. There's a second season I haven't watched yet of that too, so you gotta check that out. It's it's the only K-pop genre anime I've gotten into.
Oh. And this is just Petunia very cleverly hiding.
Yeah. Okay.
I just couldn't figure out where she was that day. That's the one thing for cats. As smart as they are, it's like, they don't seem to realize where their tail is a lot of times. Well, Ethan doesn't realize his tail's attached. Every time he's, laying by himself and his tail twitches, he starts chasing it. You expect that of a kitten. You don't expect that of a cat that's like 3 years old.
That's why I maintain that the Manx cats are going to be the dominant species because they don't have tails. So.
Yeah, I felt like my birds could be a spokesperson for A&W.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that as a commercial. The brightly colored bird catches a lot of attention.
Yeah, he loves the sweat on the bottle. That's what they're going after.
That's the same thing with Petunia. That even though I had just filled her water dish, she always preferred to come over and lick the condensation off of my water bottle.
I still have the sun conure, by the way. He's still with me. He's a little brat, but I still have him.
Yeah, one of Petunia's little neurosis now, since I always filled her water dish from my water bottle, I still have to keep doing that, but she has to see me pour from my blue water bottle into her water dish. And, one time the blue water bottle was in the wash, so I poured it from the red water bottle.
Oh, that's not
And
good
she
enough.
just sat there and stared at the water dish very suspiciously, like this just isn't right.
Yeah, my aunt had to take care of Tara and Dee Dee, and we told her that they had their own separate bowls. They knew which bowl was theirs, and my aunt didn't believe us, so she put the food in in the two bowls, set them aside, and yeah, sure enough, they went right to each of their bowls.
Yep. Well, yeah, that's when they identify something as theirs. Cats, get quite possessive of certain things. That's like Petunia. She's jumped on Sammy a couple of times because Sammy walked too close to the puzzle box. And I don't even think Sammy's aware of what the puzzle box is. He was just walking by to get to the window.
I can't remember if it's something I ever uploaded or not as a short on my channel or anything, but I do remember like some point last year because we had this wood pigeon in our back garden, and it was just sort of bobbing its head or whatever, and I just managed to film it and long enough and set it to surfing bird, where it looked pretty good.
Sounds fun. Oh, yeah, I'm under current pets now, so.
Yeah, there was a funny thing. Nala always kept getting bullied by Duncan, and I had a thing of seed, and Nala, it was Nala's seed, so he was trying to get to the seed, and And Duncan climbs up on my arm and starts eating the seed. He ate out of the bowl, and Nala finally got pissed off enough, and she's bopped him on the head.
Well,
Because this looks like, what?
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
I can now.
Oh, good.
I couldn't hear you before if you were talking.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
This is... God damn it.
Actually, you sound very clear today.
Yes.
This is a very difficult topic.
I imagine so. I know you. I figured you were going to have a hard time with this topic.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know where you're going here.
No, you don't.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to read something, and I'll try to get through it.
Okay.
This is a poem. This is a very esoteric poem. Most people will take it at face value and therefore not understand it. But if you look into the author, Billy Collins, and you look into his body of work pertaining to dogs, you'll understand it much better. But this is something he wrote that I like. I am the dog you put to sleep, as you like to call the needle of oblivion. Come back to tell you the simple thing. I never liked you, not one bit. When I licked your face, I thought of biting off your nose. When I watched you toweling yourself dry, I wanted to leap and unman you with a snap. I resented the way you moved, your lack of animal grace, the way you would sit in a chair and eat. A napkin on your lap, a knife in your hand, I would have run away. But I was too weak. A trick you taught me while I was learning to sit and heel. And the greatest of insults, shake hands without a hand. I admit the sight of the leash would excite me, but only because it meant I was about to smell things that you had never touched. You do not want to believe this, but I have no reason to lie. I hated the car, the rubber toys, disliked your friends, and worse, your relatives. The jingling of my tags drove me mad. You always scratched me in the wrong place. All I ever wanted from you was food and fresh water in my metal bowls. While you slept, I watched you breathe. And as the moon rose in the sky, it took all my strength not to raise my head and howl. Now I am free of the collar, the yellow raincoat, the monogrammed sweater, the absurdity of your lawn, and that is all you need to know about this place, except what you have already supposed, and are glad it did not happen sooner, that everyone here can read and write, the dogs in poetry, the cats and the others in prose. That's all.
Yeah, that's a very rough one. Well, I'm going to try to bring this up a note then. That this is my current trio. It's only been a couple of times that I've managed to get all three of them up on the chair without somebody fighting. So the calico one here is Petunia with Sloth Girl's kitty. And she's part Maine Coon, so she actually weighs as much as the other two put together. So here Sammy-san is up on the arm of the chair here. And then here's Ethan laying against my foot because he's just always got to be touching me.
That's how I got Molly right now. She's laying on my foot.
Yeah. Well, that's you know, I'm only allowed to have 2 cats, so I need to find a new home for Ethan.
Yes, please do help out with that if you can.
Yeah, if anybody knows anybody, I can drive him like to any place in Minnesota or Wisconsin if you know of somebody who'd be willing to take him in. And he's just an adorable, cuddly, silly idiot. And that's all he wants is just to sit on your lap all day. And he has not caused any trouble. Okay, he has scratched on the furniture a few times. That's the only thing he's ever done that I think anybody could have an issue with. And I can tell you all sorts of things about him to avoid all sorts of other problems. It took me a bit of experimenting to work out the diet for him, but now he doesn't have any trouble. And he just wants lots of attention, that's all. Ember reacting to Jenny's thing there. Yeah, some people should just not be allowed to have animals, but I know Jenny also had a couple of very special dogs to her. Hi.
What happened?
I don't know. You just dropped off the screen for a second. But I know that you had a couple of very special puppos.
They're just dogs.
I've heard you talk. They were more than that to you. But yeah, you shouldn't have animals if you can't, you have to give them more than just food and water. They need love.
As I was saying earlier, it's the whole reason I do not get I won't buy a pet or an animal at the moment, because I just know I do not have the time to be able to put into it, and it's just buying an animal, I'd be being unfair on myself, but more importantly, I'd be really unfair on the animal I bought.
Yeah.
So it's just you just don't do it. It's just not. It's not the right thing to do if you know you.
That's another thing I'm finding with having 3 cats here is that, I'm stretched kind of thin to make sure that each of them, gets some special one-on-one time each day. But, I have to put Ethan up because Sammy and Petunia are both special cases. That they both had, bad histories, and also, that Sloth Girl and I have had both of them. Sammy. Oh shit. I keep forgetting until I track back to. Yeah, I've had Sammy for 8 years, and Sloth Girl had Petunia for about 7. So they're both senior cats. They're both teenagers already. But they also both had bad histories. So knowing their history, I know special things that they need. And Ethan will be the easiest, for someone else to rehome, as long as it's somebody who can give him lots of attention, he'll be happy. Petunia, if I tried to rehome Petunia, it's inevitable that she would bite somebody a couple of times and they'd throw her back in the shelter. Now, I can't allow that to happen. I can't allow any of them to go back into a shelter. And I just know that, Petunia and I have built a relationship over the years that I understand when she bites me, and usually, she'll bite me and she'll immediately realize what she did and start licking the spot to apologize. But most people, if she bites them, they're just going to immediately jerk their hand away, and that's just going to fire her up into another attack. Sorry, was somebody else presenting something? I saw another box pop up for a moment. Oh, yep. There's
Jenny trying to get back in, or
well, no, there's Jenny sharing a picture of one of her doggies.
okay.
Cute doggy.
I got booted again for some reason.
Yep.
So I restarted the app.
I'm surprised I haven't gotten booted yet. My lights have been dimming.
Speaking of which, actually, I am going to have to drop out soon, so
Okay.
I'll probably do that now, to be honest. So it's nice
Okay.
catching up. Yeah, nice catching up with you all again.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no worries.
Be good.
Yeah, you too. See you guys later.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, my computer had really been bogging down. I was getting worried. And then I realized that it was because Steam was still running in the background. So once I shut down Steam, everything's fine.
All right, back to the doggo.
Okay, Jenny, do you want to tell us something about him?
His name is Cubby. That's all.
Okay. You're not feeling like going into any stories now.
Okay.
Okay, we get it. That really was, a very gut-wrenching thing that you read. And I don't know if you saw Amber's response to it.
Mm-hmm. I did indeed.
Yeah, another thing that's stressing Sammy out right now is I had him at the vet last week because he had a history of ear infections. So I had him in, and yeah, his ear infection has returned. So I have to be every day cleaning his ears and putting in medicated drops. And
fun.
Yeah, he hates me playing with his ears, but he's getting better about it. He's calmed down a lot from the first couple of days. That he still doesn't want me to do it, and he still flattens his ears out to try and stop me from getting my finger in there.
Yeah, with Nalo, I had to do eye drops because she had the eye infection.
Yeah.
I had to do that twice a day. She hated it.
Yeah, but yeah, he had an ear infection when we were living in Michigan, and when we first moved here, he had it again. So I'm not sure what the problem is he has, but it's just something that keeps coming back every couple of years. And Jenny's other doggy.
That was Bosch.
Yep. Yeah, you shared some pictures of him with me before.
Which one did you have first?
What was he? Was he a mix of some things, or what breeds were he?
So that's a purebred.
I'm just curious.
It's a purebred white shepherd.
Yeah, they're pretty rare that they're white and not albino.
No, they're really not.
Well, you can see that, yeah, if he was albino, he wouldn't have such dark eyes.
Yeah.
No, I mean rare. They're not rare.
Oh, they're not?
People breed just for white.
I've only seen a couple of them in my life.
No, I believe that, but how many German Shepherds have you seen?
Of the
Quite a
brown
few,
ones?
actually.
Quite a few.
Yeah, but not nearly as much as say golden retrievers or beagles or
Yeah.
that kind of thing. White German Shepherds, white is a natural color that they can come out. They can come out all kinds of different silver, brown, black, just all kinds of different colors. And when they come out white, the breeders usually kill them.
What the fuck?
Because they consider
That's fucked up.
They consider it blah blah blah. What am I looking for? A defect.
Yeah.
And so there's a bunch of people who actively breed them because they do not believe that they're defective, and I don't believe they're defective.
Yeah, well, that's a big issue I have with breeders is that the notions about weeding out the ones that aren't right.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
That was really dumb.
Mm-hmm. Only bad thing about German Shepherds is they just don't live very long. 10 to 13 years typically. You'll get the unusual one that'll go longer, but generally the bigger the dog, the quicker they pass.
Yeah. When I was a teenager, we had a dog that was a 3/4 shepherd and a 1/4 collie. So, he was only the size of a collie and he had the collie mane, but other than that, everything looked like a shepherd. If you shaved off the mane, he would just look like a juvenile German shepherd.
It's actually kind of the opposite with parrots. Usually the larger the parrot, the longer they live.
Yeah, I think that's with birds in general.
With the exception, one of the more exceptions of it is the parrotlet. They're little itty bitty birdies, but they have a fairly long lifespan for their size.
Well, I hope with them doing all the stuff that they can do with genetics that they find a way to make the short-lived dogs last longer.
I did hear about some experiments with a pill that apparently affects telomeres. They gave it to a dog that had terminal cancer, and he started becoming really active and playful again. Apparently, also the cancer went away.
Yeah, I've heard about that, and also a similar thing that they found something in antibodies in camels that apparently can halt cancer growth.
Yeah, apparently the pill I was talking about. Apparently, they haven't tested on humans yet, though. They've only tested on dogs.
Yeah,
and mostly it's been like dogs that were already going to be dying anyway.
Yeah, the thing I was reading about the camels that they actually they did a very limited trial. It was only 16 people, but in half of that study group, the cancers went into remission.
Maybe,
so that's
maybe it'll work on people someday.
Yeah, it's real good. It's got real potential there. I was trying to find a picture of my doggie Ginger Snap, but I can't seem to find any pictures of her now. I am not good at organizing things, so I've lost them. Oh. Unfortunately, I lost quite a lot of my pictures. about 8 years ago when my computer had a hard drive crash. So I lost most of the pictures I had of any time before I lived in Michigan. You know, it's like, yeah, nobody wants to deal with making backups, but yeah, you should.
My problem is I have too many pictures.
Yeah.
I've got 29,000 on my phone.
I expect so for you. You know, you have an eye for that. I have a terrible time. You know, I am so old school that when something is happening, I don't even remember I have a phone in my pocket, let alone the fact that it has a camera in it. So usually by the time that I remember I've got a camera, whatever I was looking at, I've missed it. Okay, Ember, I'm not even sure I know how to pronounce that word. What was this in relationship to one of the cancer things we were discussing, I take it? You want to fill us in a bit? Yeah, back up everything for no additional cost as long as nothing happens to your account. If you miss a payment, you lose all your stuff. I don't trust Amazon Prime. Yeah.
Microsoft, like I have a laptop that my mom poured water on, right? So you think everything that was backed up in the cloud is backed up on the computer? No, I tried logging into that account, and it turns out if it can't access it on the fucking computer, then it doesn't recognize it on the cloud.
Oh, if you
So
can't
if
log
your
in from the
computer
same
gets
device.
destroyed,
Yeah. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it?
Good is it?
Yeah. Well, I suppose if you have the cloud and you have it shared out among multiple devices, you know, you just have to make sure that you have your cloud accessible through more than one computer. And now Jenny's a picture of toenails.
Enlarge it.
Still looks like toenails.
No, there's eyeballs on her toenails. That's a little creepy.
It's designed for upskirting.
Okay, see, there's a reason to this. You just have to make sure that you're wearing toeless sandals or something for it to work.
Something like that.
Yeah, Arla, that's what Commander was just saying, that apparently the Google Drive winds up getting tied to the device.
No, that was the Microsoft account.
Oh, that was a Microsoft.
That was the Microsoft cloud.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know that you can access Google Drive from different computers because I've done that with my two computers.
All right, yeah, the Microsoft account I have refused to use. I had to create an account, you know, when first installing Windows, but I don't log into it ever.
It automatically synced everything to the desktop that I had. And even if like there wasn't storage space on the cloud for it because they didn't pay for it, it basically decided, well, that belongs on the cloud. So a ton of stuff that I had done was lost. Luckily, when I took it to the Best Buy, they were able to get some of the files off that were in documents or were temporary saved Blender files. So I didn't lose hundreds. Well, I did lose hundreds of hours worth of work, but it wasn't like I didn't lose everything that I ever did on that computer.
Yep. Okay, and Ember is saying yes. Telomerase is the protein that rebuilds telomeres, which is the mechanism that keeps cancer cells able to reproduce indefinitely. A simple retrovirus wipes out the capacity to make that protein. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with the camels, is that they're like trying to engineer a retrovirus from this thing in the camel's immune system.
I just need to make sure that it doesn't wipe out the ability of healthy cells to do what it needs to do.
Yeah, well, like I said, that they did a limited human trial, and it looks promising. Like what I was reading wasn't a scientific paper about it, so I don't really know. And if I got a scientific paper about it, I'm sure I wouldn't understand it.
Going for a little pupper that's still around. Give me her ball.
Yeah, kill puppy.
And then
Needs scritches.
Then after she gave me the ball, she did this.
Mm-hmm. It's like, come on, it's your turn.
Play. You have the ball. Play.
Okay, yeah, and Ember's saying that it would not affect healthy cells. That the telomerase is just what causes aging. So potentially it's a way to slow down aging.
Yep.
That would be kind of cool, since I've gotten robbed of most of my life at this point. I'd like to have some more of it. I was not
we
able
all
to
have. We've all had to.
Yeah.
We've all had to live with the anxiety of all the stupid people around us with Trump and all that shit.
Yes, but the only problem is that, well, if it's only the super rich who get it, and we end up with a Trump that lives thousands of years.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will happen. We're going to wind up with the billionaires trying to live forever.
Well, they already do that. They kidnap teenagers and cut them up and save their adrenochrome and do injections of that daily and stuff.
Yeah.
That's actually an idea I had for a sci-fi story. Basically, a dictator in a space colony, and he basically hoards this ability to effectively live forever through the medical treatments.
Well, according to QAnon, that's exactly what the Democratic Party is doing.
Yeah, that's what Pizzagate was all about.
Yep.
No, that Pizzagate was about the underage kids being trafficked.
And what do you think they're being trafficked?
Yeah, part of that with the Pizzagate, they were talking about Hillary Clinton draining their adrenochromes.
Yep.
I heard it had to do with SA, but okay.
Yeah, well,
before
how
they're
conspiracies
still
go,
useful.
there'll be different versions.
From what I understand of that conspiracy, they kind of like introduced a little bit of Monsters, Inc. Because to get the adrenochrome, you need to scare the children or something.
Yeah.
Well, having to be in a room with Trump would scare the hell out of anybody, I think.
Yeah. Well, especially teenage girls.
Well, since we're on to conspiracy theories.
Yeah, there was a bad quote from Trump that he was visiting at the home of one of his, millionaire benefactors. And the guy's 15-year-old daughter walked through the room. And
Oh, that sucks.
yeah, Trump turned to the guy and said, "When did she get so hot?"
Jeez.
You're saying this to her father?
Well, he's a cad. Of course he
What
would.
will you do when
Yeah.
he's not around?
Well, but the really gross thing is that this guy continued to support him. As far as I know, he still does to this day. Just if somebody said that about one of my daughters, it's like, leave now before I find a weapon and never darken this doorstep again.
Well, any rate, there's this little thing here that came across my feed.
Oh, that's
so-
such bullshit.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
easily debunked within less than a minute for me. Now, the numbers are real. However, they are from different elections.
Yeah, that doesn't
The
surprise me.
the 1,823,146 number comes from the Pennsylvania primary, whereas the Ohio number comes from the general election. And
Yeah,
they
that
just,
makes perfect sense. That they would have been sent out in the same year, but they're for different elections.
yeah, and the primary election actually got back about 1.5 million.
The guy who made the film of the stolen election that all the crazies point to and say, see, right there, see? Somebody took him to court over that whole thing, and they won, of course, because he was full of shit. And part of the settlement was that he had to admit publicly what he had done. And he had admitted that the entire film was bogus. Things were made up, that editing was cheated to make one particular guy look like a bad guy, just a common citizen, a regular citizen, and that just a big pile of shit. Now, of course, nobody has heard that. This news dropped last week or early this week, and no one's heard of it because the mainstream media is for Trump.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I figured I'd point that one out. See if you guys, if anyone happens to come across that meme, well, now you know how to address it.
That's super creepy.
Yeah, I've already made sure that my voter registration is under my new name. And, already sent in my request, so I'll be getting the mail-in ballots as soon as Minnesota sends them out. I suppose that's another place that I have to send a copy of the death certificate so that they remove Sloth Girl's name from the voter registry.
Oh, they go through and purge those every few years. You don't have to bother.
Yeah, it's just the thing about all the stuff that they try to do when, voting under names of dead people is one that comes up a lot. Although that's usually a relative that does it.
Well, you could always do it,
Yeah, well, that's actually what I'm thinking is because, well, when they send them out, I'm going to get one for Sloth Girl as well.
You really shouldn't say these, even in jest. You should not say these things in public.
Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be somebody who's going to
now
fuck you
you're
for
going to
it.
get
Well,
you're going to get haters who are going to do.
Well, that's I was wondering, when I get Sloth Girl's ballot, that, if I should just mark on that deceased and return to sender or something like that.
You could cut it into little pieces
Yeah.
and throw it into several different garbage cans.
Yeah, that's what I do when I cut up credit cards. Actually, I put the pieces in the garbage bags with the cat litter because I don't think anybody's going to dig through a pile of cat shit to find all the pieces.
There you go.
We were talking about Trump, right? I gotta go in like 5 minutes. Could we play that song the AI did? I think you'll all love
Oh.
it.
Sure.
Yep.
Trump walking through the lights, chasing empty nights, stories full of lies, playing with disguise, promises of gold, truth is never told, wandering so bold, all the love's been sold. With Trump, I'm a grifter, yeah. Tricks are in my head, running from the dread, faking till I'm dead. Casting all my schemes, on your hopes and dreams, tearing at the seams, nothing's as it seems. Oops, Trump lied again, he's chasing fame. His story's always changing, nothing's the same. Promises and dreams, he's playing the game, but in the end, he's just a name. Times are wagging, whispering the tale. Yes, he flew so close, never did he fail. Now his name's a memory, fragile and frail. Once a blazing comet headed for derail. I'm Trump and I'm a grifter, yeah. Tricks are in my head, running from the dread, thinking till I'm dead. Disinfectants in your veins and lights in your bum. Won't that be fun? I'm Trump, I'm a grifter. I've attention that I crave, acting not so brave, digging my own grave, death to lies I wave. I'm Trump and I'm a grifter, yeah. Tricks are in my head, running from the dread, thinking till I'm dead. Disinfectants in your veins and lights in your bum. Won't that be fun? I'm Trump, I'm a grifter. I'm Trump, I'm a grifter. Yeah, tricks are in my head, running from the dread, faking till I'm dead. Disinfectants in your veins and lights in your bum. Won't that be fun? I'm Trump, I'm a grifter. I'm Trump, I'm a grifter. Yeah. Tricks are in my head, running from the dread, faking till I'm dead. Disinfectants in your veins and lights in your bum. Won't that be fun? I'm Trump, I'm a grifter.
Yeah.
That's what an AI will do.
Okay.
I had to tease some of the lyrics. I should have put failing all the time rather than never failed.
And did I get the right link to? I put in the private chat there. Is that the right link to what you've been using?
Let me.
Let's go to
Yeah, suno.com.
Okay, yeah, that's the right one then.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'll have to bookmark that and look at it later.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool that you can do
It's
music
an
with
awesome
the
tool.
AI. Yeah. Well,
What you do is you either give it a prompt and then it comes up with lyrics for you, and then you can edit them or you can do the lyrics all yourself, and then you tell it what kind of music.
Yeah, well, that's like, sometimes I get inspired and I can write lyrics, but I have no musical talent to put anything with the lyrics.
And you said you had a paid version on that. So what's the difference between the pay and the freebie?
Well, to find the one that I wanted, right? I had to go through about 30 iterations to find the very best one. The free version, you'll get, I think, 10 a month. I get 10,000.
Okay.
Okay, so just the amount you can use it. Jenny, you were trying to say something?
Yes.
I would like to see somebody get the AI to do a very heavy and vitriol song about Trump and have it sing back in the voice and music style of Karen Carpenter.
You can't pick artists with this. It gives you generic artists.
Okay.
Well, then it just has to get better. I wonder if any out there.
You know,
that
I
can-
haven't tried putting that different artists in the prompt. I'll try that.
Yeah,
All
see
right,
if you
everybody,
put an artist name
to
in the
get
prompt,
going.
how close it gets.
Right,
Okay,
later.
Commander, thanks for coming in.
See ya.
Yeah, Jenny, this is an avatar I don't think I've seen before either.
Oh, this is like 3 years old. You've seen it.
Okay, I don't remember it. Just reading.
Yeah, let's see. All right.
That's not right. Where's the one for me to switch avatars?
This is another
There we go, I got it.
another thing I was covering. They had came a thing of Donald Trump is for the working class. Well, I came up with the claim here that Trump made claim America gained 7 million in new jobs, more than 3 times government experts projections. That doesn't even sound correctly. Well, I guess that would be Trump thing. Well, I looked into the fact check. The economy lost 2.7 million jobs. The unemployment rate increased by 1.87% in points to 6.4% and under Trump.
Typical Republican success rate.
Yeah.
And there's another one I just recently done in some fact checking on, but I want to maybe go into a little bit more detail before I share that out.
Yeah, well, and it's the cycle that we keep seeing over and over, is that every time the Republicans are control, they drive us toward a recession, and when the Democrats get control, they're just basically fixing up the things that the last Republicans screwed up.
But I also found a few links covering some of Trump's anti-worker record. Like just for off the top here, Trump has encouraged freeloaders, making it more difficult to enforce collective bargaining agreements, silenced workers, and restricted the freedom to join unions. Just a few of the highlights here. Trump has restricted overtime pay. He opposed wage increases and gutted health and safety protections. Trump has helped insurers reduce coverage and made it easier for pharmaceutical companies to inflate drug prices. Just kind of a few things there.
Well, I mean, you're in. Go ahead, Jenny.
Project 2025 is going to end unions, period.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that's in there. I hadn't heard about that yet, but it goes along with our other stuff.
How about some good news?
Well, we were talking about the election polls are seeming very favorable toward Harris.
Yes.
That she seems to be, picking up more and more week by week. Every week the polls come out, they seem to, come out saying that, yeah, there's another group that's feeling stronger for Harris. And actually,
ignore if any of the colors are a little off, but just kind of look at the numbers. So let's say she picks up, she'll probably get Michigan at this rate. So if she gets Michigan, look what happens if she gets Pennsylvania. She wins.
Yeah. Well, also, what if she just gets Michigan and Wisconsin there?
That is Michigan and Wisconsin right there.
Okay. So that is including those.
Yeah, she got both of those there.
So what's the difference between Pennsylvania and Georgia?
One is in the north.
There's a few missing. She's only got 267, and with Georgia.
Yeah, I couldn't see the numbers, so I couldn't see how many electoral votes each one is worth.
But even if you figured she doesn't get Pennsylvania, she's still ahead of Trump at the moment with electoral votes.
Yeah,
he has a lot more to gain, and he's trailing behind in most of these swing states.
Yeah,
and he's even starting to trail behind in North Carolina, where he was originally ahead.
That's why I was wondering about is what if she just got Georgia and New Mexico? Would that be enough for the 270?
Well, let's see. I don't think we have. We got Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania,
Yeah,
North
Nevada,
Carolina, and
rather.
Georgia.
I'm in Nevada, not New Mexico. There.
Yeah,
Nevada's
yeah.
only like 2 or 3 electoral votes.
Yeah, that's why I was
Nevada. Yeah,
wondering.
Nevada is nothing. But yeah, if she took Georgia and Nevada, that would be enough.
Yeah,
But she has more of a lead in Arizona and Pennsylvania right now, and those would be the more likely ones to fall.
yeah. Arizona has been very upset with the Republican governor for the last 4 years.
Yeah,
Well-
and another thing to point out. Sorry about cutting you off there, Jenny, but this whole election trying to be stolen by these 7 MAGA guys who are apparently trying to finagle things and stop the count and all that. Well, there's fight back. There's pushback in Arizona to that. There's isn't, far as I'm aware, there isn't currently pushback in Georgia, so it's likely that Georgia will go red, regardless.
Yeah, except that in the midterm, Georgia had their special elections and wound up electing 2 Democratic senators. So I'm wondering.
They didn't care about those elections. They care about the presidency.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if the fact that they were able to elect Democratic senators isn't a sign that a significant number of people in Georgia are fed up with the Republican bullshit.
That may well be, but they're not going to engage their scam, their biggest scam ever for a primary. They're going to wait and do it once because they know that's all the chances they're going to get to do this.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about a primary. I'm talking about the.
Yeah,
the
I am
second
too.
midterm.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a primary either. They don't care about the Senate race. They care about the presidential.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying the Senate race wasn't a primary. That was actually a congressional race.
I know that.
Okay, yeah. I think we're agreeing. It's just a matter of the wording.
Now, did you hear some other good news? Oklahoma. Let's see, what kind of state is Oklahoma? Is that map up there?
Mage, can you bring the map back?
Okay,
yeah, look at that little Oklahoma with its little bitty panhandle. Isn't that cute? The city of Tulsa, which of course the site of the 1921 Tulsa massacre, where they killed 300 black people over 2 days just because they wanted to, has elected a Democratic mayor.
Oh, to be clear, I'm not marking anything in red or blue unless there's basically about a 3-point difference between them.
Okay.
Yeah. The dynamic was this, that they have a I don't remember the official name for it, but a runoff type election that whoever gets 50% or more and the next person after that get to run against each other regardless of party.
Okay.
Well, 2 Democrats beat the Republicans. And
that's
so
cool.
Whoever wins, it's going to be a Democrat.
Yeah, the Republican didn't even win the first round.
Yep. That, for a place like Oklahoma, that is pretty significant.
Well, another good news story coming out of Oklahoma is that their whatever they call him, their superintendent of schools, who pushed through that thing about that the Bible must be in all classrooms and all teachers must teach from the Bible. They're actually looking to impeach him. And while they couldn't impeach him about the Bible thing, because technically he didn't break a law there, instead they are investigating him for mishandling public funds. So unless he can come up with the receipts for all of the money he has spent in the last 4 years, they're going to impeach him.
Anyway, what I've been looking at for numbers here has been looking at the Nate Silver's silver bullet thing here. So this is the nationals, but see, you have Harris up almost 4 points in nationals. You have Arizona here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Arizona is currently about 1.3 points up for Harris.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, I know it's still a long shot, but if the Democrats could actually tip either Florida or Texas, that would be so overwhelming that the Republicans would just have to be, everybody would just tell them to shut up.
In Pennsylvania, there is 1.7 in favor of Harris right now. So she needs only needs to get a couple more points up in Pennsylvania to really push it over the top. Be pretty certain that she's going to win it.
Yeah. Also, I heard that there is a group called Evangelicals for Harris, which apparently the same group actually did support Biden in 2020. But basically, yeah, they are people who are evangelical who are just saying that Trump is not a Christian man. He does not, he does not display our beliefs. So it's like, yeah, that's the Republicans' biggest voting bloc. And yeah, I know they're not going to get a lot of them, but if they can just peel off a few of those, it might be enough to tip the balance in one of these swing states.
And here we have Florida, which is currently sitting at 4.9 points in favor of Trump. So it's actually closed the gap up a little bit in the past few days, according to this poll. Jenny?
Oh yeah, that's Florida. Okay.
Some other news that I'd like to pass on. A court, I forget which one, has dropped the suit against Florida to get rid of their law that they passed, that the Nazi governor passed, banning gender affirming care for kids.
Oh, this?
Except it also applies to all adults. And everybody who is a trans person in Florida is no longer going to be able to get any of their hormones, any of their therapies, any of their surgeries, anything that to do with trans. And I don't know, but in one version of that law that I read, the professionals, if any of them do offer care to a trans person, they can go to prison. So Florida is no longer a part of the United States. It is a pure Nazi state, the fascist state of Florida and the fascist state of Texas. They've just gone overboard, and they're just absolutely insane now. Now, counter that though with this good news. We're talking on a group on TikTok last night, and somebody whipped out results of a study where in Europe they are predicting that within 5, maybe 10 years, trans women will be able to get a uterine transplant. They have had 50 successful transplants in cis women, and it's just going famously well.
Nice.
And when we say 50 transplants, we mean that 50 children have been born.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So that I take it that the cis women they've been doing that with are like women who have had to have hysterectomies for some health reason or something like that.
Who knows why? They need a uterus. That's all you can assume.
Yeah. If only they had come up with that when I was in my 20s.
I heard one story of a woman with a Sawyer syndrome who was given an artificial uterus and had twins.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for them. Yeah, for a lot of us trans elders, it's definitely bittersweet news. We're all happy as hell for the people who are of the age group and may have the status or income to be able to afford such a thing. But
Yeah.
even if it happened tomorrow, people like me are too old. We do not fit into the criteria.
Well-
the age stops at 45.
Oh, and
Yeah.
just for people who don't know that she was born. She basically had XY chromosomes, and some of the internal reproductive stuff didn't fully form.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
reason why she had to get the artificial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite standard for that testosterone insensitivity.
Yeah, that's, for me, it's just an issue that if I had a baby now, I would be nearly 80 when they graduate high school. That's just too old to deal with kids. But yeah, Gabby and Bailey, the youngest two I had, I carried them around in a sling across my abdomen. So I always felt that was the closest thing I could, have to being pregnant, when I would just, be like walking around doing my shopping with them sleeping in the sling. So I've been close to being a mommy, but yeah, I didn't have the right equipment there.
All right.
We have had surprising results in a lot of states, though, as far as elections, especially on ballot referendums. Most of all, things about abortion and trans rights, that when they have wound up on, being ballot referendums, they have overwhelmingly been defeated. That the Republicans pushing for more restrictions on these things, the general public does not like. So, that could be another thing that potentially could cause a surprise upset in some state. That if they have some ballot referendum on abortion at the same time as the presidential election.
Yes, that could.
That's why everybody who's working with the tweet storms and stuff like that are all pushing the concept of vote blue up and down the ballot. Every seat, every level of government has to be replaced with a Democrat. The Republicans have gone insane. They're destroying the nation, and we need to point that out and make sure that people vote down ballot.
Well, and it would be incredible, if we could get a landslide election to the point that not only did Harris get elected, but if we could get enough Republicans elected to the House of Representatives to, give the Democrats a majority in the House, because where most of the good laws get killed is in the House. Because generally, I think the Speaker of the House has to schedule a vote on these things. So basically, the Republicans just never schedule a vote on the things they don't want to pass.
Well, that's what happens when you have the majority, even
Right.
by one.
Well, that's why we need to push really hard for people to, vote for the representatives and senators, so that the Republicans can get control of Congress again.
Well, this might bode well for Arizona then.
What?
Here we have states with abortion on the ballots.
Abortion thing?
Yep, confirm curtailing abortion is in the dark bluish colors. And here we have Arizona has it on the ballot. In Nevada here.
And so does Florida.
So does Florida.
And is that Pennsylvania up on top?
No, that's New York.
No, that's New York. Okay.
And Maryland below.
That's two swing states right there.
Yeah, 2 of the swing states.
So I could sway things in Arizona.
Yeah.
I have this fantasy of us winning every state except Idaho and Montana. That the population just says, no, we're done with this, and crushes them. But those 2 states are too sparsely populated, and they're all a bunch of Nazis.
Yeah, but we really need to make sure everybody gets out there, because we need a landslide. We need it to be numbers that are too big for the Republicans to whine about it being fixed and hold things up in the courts.
Well, there's already legal beagles working on that whole situation.
Yes.
They've been making it known publicly and privately to these people who are in the position to do this, that they are being watched, that we know exactly what their plan is, and they are going to do everything they can to not let it happen. And if it does, put the people in prison.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Where they're not really pushing back is in Georgia.
Yeah. In Georgia, Republicans have made it so that, like, the commissioner of each county, if they have any suspicion, can prevent the county from their votes being certified.
Well, that's true everywhere, and that's why this is such a dangerous thing for them to have capitalized on. That you take one sparsely populated county in a state, only one, and have them not turn in their certification, the whole thing grinds to a halt.
Right. Yeah, then the state can't certify theirs without all the counties in. Hey, Dave.
Howdy.
Yeah, I was watching one of your live streams during on YouTube there.
Yeah, I was just playing around trying to get my setup to work a little bit better, because I like to run like 5 streams at once, but I was having a interrupted connection, but I got that fixed with the Ethernet cable, thankfully.
Yeah, I had popped into one of them yesterday. I made some comments in there, but
yeah, I didn't catch them until you were gone.
Yeah. Well, I could see that you were very into the news item about that black kid being sentenced because he went off and they weren't following his whatever the plan.
The IEP.
Yeah, the IEP.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad you popped in because it gives me a chance to give you this link. It's a study that you came across on BPA and autism.
Oh, cool.
I'll be back in a minute.
From what I was able to gather from just looking at it, looks like they found a correlation but not causation. That's what I got from it.
I'm sorry, a correlation between autism and what?
Exposure to BPA.
Oh, okay.
Certain microplastics.
Yeah, the accumulation of microplastics.
And I gotta say the number in the study seems kind of low. They only had 46 children with autism and 52 controls, so that's not that very high.
Yeah. No. Well, they have to start out with small study groups, and basically they have to show that there's something there that is worth more research so they can get funding.
Yeah, this looks very preliminary to me.
Yeah. That's
one thing that I did find today is valid studies that came out, and they just came out today, but that were just released concerning diet and pregnancy. Basically, long story short, if you eat crap, your kid's more likely to be more autistic than if you eat healthy. Is what it boils down to. So I think the environmental factors definitely have to do with, and I don't want to get into like, I want to say toxins, but at the same time I don't want to it sound like RFK.
Yeah.
Sound like an anti-vaxxer or something.
No,
like
well, actually, that it makes perfect sense. That you're getting the genetics from your parents.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's I can't think of the word now. The the protein coatings around the DNA,
Mm-hmm.
that affect
Absolutely.
which things will be expressed.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're not getting the right proteins put in as the embryo is forming, I could see that could cause all manner of troubles.
Oh,
Well, I imagine it's like a race car in a sense. If you put in the wrong oil or the wrong fuel, it'll
Mhm.
run. It'll run. It
Yeah.
just won't perform like it should.
Yeah, you'll get some unexpected results.
So you're in the same way. I imagine if you have toxins or inadequate nourishments in certain ways, and I'm not saying these women are malnourished by any means, but there may be certain nutrients or whatever that certain cell types or certain blah 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 needs to function
Yep.
more perfectly or what have you.
Well,
That's what I mean.
that would kind of explain me. My mother was certainly not in top health when she had me.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't worry too much about sounding like RFK on his platform. He had autism listed under disease.
RFK's he's actually entertaining.
Well, he also went and basically went around to all the campaigns, auctioning off his support, that he was going to sell his followers to the highest bidder.
Mm-hmm. And
He
Trump
did
finally
approach
took
the
him up.
Harris campaign first, and they didn't want to deal with him, so then he went to Trump.
And Trump finally gave in and said, "Sure."
Well,
And just think,
Trump was desperate for any extra votes he can find.
oh, the thing is this though. I don't know. Would I want to be endorsed by Charles Manson? I mean, like, is RFK really something that you want to brag about? I don't think
No.
I'd want to admit that I knew
Well-
the guy.
No, in fact, a lot of his voters have said that they're going to go for Harris because they went to RFK to begin with to not vote for Trump.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Trump is claiming he's endorsed by Hannibal Lecter, so it kind of fits in.
Do you know where that came from? What the whole Hannibal Lecter thing came from? Why he keeps on saying that? Because he is mixing up the words asylum from immigrants, because he'll start talking about immigrants, right? And then he'll start talking about Hannibal Lecter, because he thinks asylum, when refugees are seeking political asylum, he thinks they're coming from insane asylums. And that's why whenever he mentions integration, he connects Hannibal Lecter as being in an insane asylum. That's why he keeps on mentioning, I think.
I could not figure out how he was making that connection, but that makes sense. Well, it makes sense in Trump's brain, I think.
We have two
I'm
other.
pretty sure that's what's going on. Go ahead.
We have two other pieces of news that are interesting today. The remember that little debacle that happened in Afghanistan when they ended the war and pulled out the Americans and left the equipment, and there's firefights and 13 or 4 so Americans died, and all that kind of junk that Trump negotiated for. Well, the people who were directly involved with that have come out in the last day or so, the generals, and said this is what happened. It was Trump, 100%, and they're being quite firm about it. And they have the right to be, in the know. They're the right people to hear this from. So
well, that's also.
So that's going to be able to grind his gut for a little bit.
That's also reassuring in another way. If the generals are coming out with that, then, people who are having fears that if Trump doesn't get elected, he's going to mobilize the military and do a military coup, which I thought was the case anyway. I didn't think that he would really get, most of the military commanders to go along with anything like that.
Well, there's a pretty fair percentage of soldiers who are stupid and are going to support Trump.
Yeah,
I think
but
the best thing is that he just what the other day just talked about how stupid all of his generals were. The generals that he put into power, and he was so the fact that he's been disparaging the military so much that at least might be helpful.
And there was one other piece, and I forgot what it is. It was another general talking about what really happened behind the scenes. I'm sorry, I just don't remember.
yeah, but I think the Pentagon has enough brains to realize that if Trump does a military coup, that's going to kind of screw up their funding. That they're not going to get all of their new equipment, which it's kind of a sad note, but one of the reasons that we're so eager to be sending all sorts of tanks and things to the Ukraine.
Ukraine,
Sorry.
not the Ukraine.
Yeah, I was just backstepping as soon as I said that. I'm sorry. But yeah, that basically, the military is happy to see last year's equipment get destroyed so that they can go and buy all the newest, latest model of everything, just like these people who are spending thousands of dollars for an iPhone.
Now, here's something that just came across. Youth vote is vote age 18 to 29. So this is how things are panning out for that demographic.
Yeah,
that's quite good.
And
I'm shocked that 22% are behind them, though.
Well, and this is the demographic that historically are most likely to say that they don't think their vote counts, so they don't bother to vote. So if they're actually getting excited for Harris, we could have a lot of people who just didn't bother to vote in the last election who will be casting ballots now.
Yeah, this was actually an important demographic for Democrats.
Yeah, and that's what the Democrats were losing. That with Biden, they felt the young people weren't represented, and most of the young people just weren't going to bother to vote. We do also have to thank Taylor Swift for kind of starting that movement when she told all of her fans to register to vote.
There was a Swifties for Harris last night on TikTok, a live, and it resulted in 14,000 people registering.
Yeah, well, and apparently, like these various groups that, like I was talking about the evangelicals for Harris, that these various groups have been responsible for a lot of Harris's funding. That doing these live things on YouTube and TikTok, that they've been generating a lot of funds. Like that Evangelicals for Harris did one, and they raised $200,000 for the Harris campaign. So this is in one of the groups, somebody was asking about, does my $5 count? And this is showing where it counts. This is the grassroots stuff that, various groups are managing to, organize for Harris. And this is people, making $5, $10, $20 donations.
Well, that's where this $500 million that they have came from, is from individuals putting money out there.
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That, this stuff isn't all about just the millionaires. This is just, average working class people who are sending in, whatever bit they've got left over at the end of the month.
And more importantly than that, it offsets whatever the corporate donors are doing.
Yes, and it also means that, when Harris gets in, she won't have as many big money donors, expecting favors back for the money they sent in.
Yes, exactly.
Have you guys seen the emails that Trump is sending on Truth Social to his fans? Have you guys heard about those things?
Well, he does about 200 tweets a day.
Yeah,
So
I don't know. Jen, you could probably explain it better than me, but basically, he puts out all these real scammy tweets like, I love you, purple rhymes with orange. And if you can get this MAGA hat for free and a trip to visit me and JD Vance, and then you click, and then there's the donation thing and whatever, and it's just all these real like scammy, like, remember the 90s
they're not scammy.
infomercial stuff?
They're not scammy. They're just lowbrow and completely unsophisticated. The man's hawking tennis shoes and baseball cards to make money.
Interesting enough, I actually went over. I tried to go over to Trump's website the other night, and if you try and click through the main site, it actually redirects you to a donation page off-site.
Mm-hmm. And they have found that if you decide to give him $5 for this visit and don't request monthly, you still get put on monthly, and they take your money every month. Hoping you won't notice it, and a lot of people haven't noticed it.
Yeah, a lot of people, it'll come out of their bank account every month, and it can go on for years before they, notice it coming out.
Uh-huh.
After he's washed up, watch his own lawyers turn around and be like, hey, were you scammed by the Trump campaign? Join our class action lawsuit.
Well, it would be, except that, most of the lawyers Trump has hired are no longer allowed to practice law in the states that the cases were tried in.
Well, there's still a lot of ambulance chasers that'll work for him.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself some cheese.
So Ember's still looking pretty after a day of coming off of work.
Thank you. Yep, just escaped. Well, it just got home. It's like an hour commute back home, but details.
Yeah, but I mean, even in your work uniform, you're still pulling it.
Thank you. I went a little bit extra fancy today because corporate people were there to talk about officially wages and benefits and shit for next year. I had a lot of questions about our healthcare plan, but I got the wrong VP for that. So, whatever. This is what we've got.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute my mic, but
is the chat dead? You guys still out there?
The side chat?
Yeah,
I've been engaging with it.
Oh, they're all cleaning their rooms and shit.
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong. No, I'm not. I'm not in the wrong one.
Yeah, we've got Demon Orbs, Captive Death, Look at the Trees, Mark Caesar. Doorknob was in here but had to go.
It's been a half hour since anybody other than Ember put up a post. And even Ember was 10 minutes ago.
Well, I've got 5 watching, and I've got a screen up, so I'm one of the 5.
Yeah, YouTube says 5 watching, so there's still a couple of people hanging out there.
Okay, well, no more dead puppy shows.
Right?
I'm
people
sorry.
Love pet content, but not so much with the sad stuff.
Well, yeah, but this one just struck me, and like I said, I have so many that, were just so important.
Oh, same. I grew up on a farm, and it wasn't it was the kind of thing where, if the animal had a name, it was no longer food. So it was really more of a petting zoo.
Yeah.
And so I knew a whole lot of critters that you would probably consider pets. Now, most of them were technically my mom's, but I was the one who fed them and cared for them and buried them when they passed on, and,
Yeah, well, like Guapo and Fiona, literally guarding me when I slept when I was homeless.
Well, an important point to keep in mind that if you ever go on a farm and nobody asks you your name, watch out.
Right? you might be dinner. We're gonna have you over for dinner. How that works. Yeah, it got we did end up breaking that rule eventually because as I was growing into a teenager, my appetite increased dramatically. And the chickens, the 20 or so chickens we had, they'd each lay roughly one egg every 3 days. So we'd get 7 eggs a day, which wasn't enough. I'd seen Beauty and the Beast, and I was like, 6 dozen eggs, please, And so we had to get more chickens. And we got so many all at the same time. It was like we ordered a batch of 70 and 67 made it through the mail. They ship live chicks through the mail. Figure that one out.
Yep.
We just numbered them. We're like, you're number 13, you're number 14, you're number 15.
Yeah. Yeah, that's still an odd thing about the post office is that the only thing that you can send through the mail is poultry less than a week old.
What? No lobsters?
Nope.
I haven't tried. Although I haven't tried sending, live chicks or any other livestock. This was like the early 90s. So it's been a minute. The rules may have changed.
Oh, and an interesting loophole to that, is that rabbits are classified as poultry.
Why not? Bats are birds.
So you can mail baby rabbits.
Let's see here.
They're listed under snack food.
Chickens, ducks, emus, geese.
I was just Googling it too.
Partridges, pheasants, quail, and turkeys.
I want to see somebody try to pack up an emu for shipping.
Oh yes,
right.
The pheasants only on April through August.
Yeah.
They do
who knows why?
emus when they're still tiny little things. No more than a foot high.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm still, seeing somebody trying to close the box when it keeps popping its head up.
Shoot, I imagine an emu's egg is probably at least 4 pounds, just the egg itself.
They can be.
I don't think they could ship eggs.
You can send adult birds, but only when using Priority Express.
Oh, really?
I did not know that.
I guess I missed that one.
That's in Postal Code Section 526.42.
Okay, so you could mail an adult emu if you can get it in the box.
If it fits, it ships.
Yeah, you've gotta stuff it into that large priority mailbox.
But if you send it as an adolescent before it hits 6 feet, you could send it UPS because their package limit is 6 feet.
Can we cut holes in the bottom of the box and just let it deliver itself?
Maybe.
Hey.
You can mail scorpions, but only when it's for medical research. Any other research it's strictly not allowed.
Tadpoles?
Yes. Well, yes. Tadpoles, toads, salamanders, newts, lizards, adult frogs, chameleons, baby caimans, whatever those are, and baby alligators. But no crocodiles.
Caimans are the alligator crocodile thing with a real narrow nose.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're a crocodile with the long, narrow muzzle.
They'll eat you just like any other.
Okay, that's interesting. There's a lot more on that live list than I realized. I never really.
Oh yeah, there's like 520 different kinds of critters. They all have different rules and shit. For example, dead animals can only be mailed if they don't need to be refrigerated, or if they require refrigeration, it has to be dry ice compatible. Like you can't send them in regular ice or send it, a running refrigerator with a battery or something.
I can see that would make sense.
Well, the post
I
office
know
has a big
vets.
thing about shipping anything liquid.
I know vets that send animals out a lot of times to labs to get them tested for rabies or whatever,
Yeah, that makes sense.
post-mortem.
That makes sense if somebody got bit by a raccoon or something and they want to check if it had rabies.
But they
most
also do it for
places
other
have like a local.
If you've been
facility for
bit
that.
by a raccoon, it has rabies.
Yeah.
Because raccoons do not like to come up to humans unless they're nuts from rabies, and then they'll charge you.
No, that's not true. I have been attacked by a raccoon before, and not that have rabies, and it was because this was a raccoon that somebody had domesticated.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, of course, any animal, if it's cornered, is going to fight back.
Yeah, this particular raccoon, and the person rescued it when it was a baby, and it was just trying to play with me, but it was playing too hard.
Yep. Yeah, Sammy.
There's a
Sammy,
video that
we'll
came
come
out
to
in the
you.
last week or so. I don't know if it's original a week or so ago, but it's out there. A woman who has a couple dogs in her backyard, and a rabid fox takes on after the dogs and then after her.
Yep.
And she's grabbing it and swinging it around, slamming it on the ground and shit like that, and it's still surviving. Went after the dogs again, and shit. It was scary as hell.
Well, and raccoons don't even have to have anything wrong with them. They'll take on dogs and cats. They'll even take on, mid-sized dogs if several of them can gang up on them.
Right, but a raccoon is not going to be, say, on the other end of your yard, see you, and then come after you if it's not got rabies. It doesn't care about you.
Well, not a person, but they could come after a dog. And
the one that wanted to play with me did.
If you ever see a raccoon and it starts making a really fast chattering sound, it's calling for reinforcements. And as fast as they can get there, there's going to be a half dozen more of them.
Oh, here you go, Ember.
I see. Andrew, I do, but the caveat there is I don't actually have time to learn a new skill. I don't have time to do the things I'm already doing.
Well, plus, if you were to write a grant for some scientific thing, you have to have the scientific facility.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like, I mean, I would love to have a lab because I've always been a mad scientist at heart, but depending on what you're doing, you need the proper equipment or capability to do the thing you're doing. Like in my case, the genetics research that I'm doing right now involves karyotypes. So I don't need to have a lab to do karyotypes. I need to have access to a lab that can do karyotypes. And basically what I'm doing is, once I've raised a ridiculous amount of money, I'm going to collect volunteers, take samples, and then send those to a lab. And most of the money is going to go to pay the lab to process the damn things.
Yeah. Well, that's my late fiance was a grant writer, and she did a lot of stuff to get funding for research facilities to do medical research. That was, unfortunately, all of her books got ruined in storage because wound up where I was storing them, the roof leaked. So basically anything made of paper got moldy and I had to toss them all in the burn pile.
Ugh. I have an old, it's actually a 3-volume set, but it refers to itself as a single book because like the page numbers are contiguous from volume 1 to volume 2 and so on. And it's like 160 years old. And at some point it went through a flood. And so the individual pages were all moldy. So I had to teach myself how to restore old books in order to keep the damn thing.
Yeah, well, I could if I had one that was, very valuable, but unfortunately, the mold is also one of the main triggers for my allergy and sinuses.
Yeah, I
So-
need to do
it's
some.
bad shit.
Yeah, I do need to do some book restoring myself. I got a few books that need some work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is Aunt Jer. Like I'm so in last week's good news, I did the story of Ewan Forbes, and I was waiting on the book for additional details. Well, the book came in. I have it now. It's gonna take a minute before I even have time to read through the fucking thing. Ugh.
That's my other problem is that, I'm dyslexic. So reading's a bit of a chore. And it's very slow because I often have to read the same sentence 3 or 4 times before I get all the characters in the right order to make sense.
Yeah, I know how that is.
I can read stupidly fast. You know how they say librarians read faster than everybody? My entire junior high and high school, I was a volunteer librarian.
Yeah.
I read really fast. The problem is when I'm doing something like this, I need to make notes on like every single sentence, and that eats a lot of time.
When I was in high school, I masqueraded as a library assistant. I just started. I found out that I could pop the lock and get into the room where all the AV equipment was restored. So I started doing maintenance on it, and just nobody questioned it because since I was in the room and I was fixing things, they assumed I belonged there.
There you go.
But mostly I was just fixing it so I could use the overhead projectors myself. And since I can't really do any artwork, I was using the overheads to, kind of take pieces of different pictures and put them together to make posters.
It's neat. I was doing something similar.
Yeah.
I was like, I could actually draw back in the day before I got nerve damage in my arms, and I would draw on like a regular piece of paper and then use the special Xerox that they had that printed on the overhead sheet. And so I'd transfer it to the overhead material, and then I did use the overhead to blow it up into like an entire wall.
Yeah, this was the high-tech way of doing things in the 70s.
Yeah, back before we had Photoshop to play with.
Yep.
Or GIMP, or, what, shoot, I was using the original version of Microsoft Paint, or Paintbrush, or whatever the fuck it was at the time. I think that was Windows 3.1 that shipped with.
Yeah. Antur, I like audiobooks. Like, if I have a big job that's, something I don't have to do mentally, like painting walls, then audiobooks are great. As long as I'm doing something that, doesn't require my mental attention on something else. So I used to listen to audiobooks a lot when I had a lot of driving time, when I was like driving an hour between jobs.
I used to listen to audiobooks when I was a trash man. So I'd be at the front of the truck listening to the book and then run back to the back of the truck and do my job and jump back in. It would take me about a month before I heard every part of that book because I just keep on playing it over and over until I finally got all of the book on my runs.
Yeah, well, I get that because I'd be doing the same thing if I was listening to an audiobook and doing my shopping, just having to stop it to run into a store and just being able to listen to 10 minutes of it at a time.
Yeah, I was running the same damn book on loop for like 2 weeks at a time.
And the van I got's a 2008. So the stereo's outdated by current things, but now I've got one that's perfect for audiobooks because it came with a built-in 6-disc CD player.
Oh, cool.
But now I can't find CDs for anything. And unfortunately it does not have a USB connection, which the stereo on my last car, well, I know that wasn't the factory installed stereo. Whoever had the car before me must have put that one in. but that one had a USB plug, so I could plug in a memory stick full of MP3 files and it would play them.
Yeah, I've actually been looking into getting a sort of like a MP3 or a memory stick thing, but you can hook up a speaker to it and it'll play right from that thing.
Oh, I've got a portable speaker here that you can just plug a memory stick into and it'll play off of that. The only shortcoming of that is that the battery in it's only good for about 2 hours.
Yeah, the ones were looking at was saying like 10 hours at least.
Yeah, that's it. If I could get one that had a battery life of 8 to 10 hours, so it'd keep going all day while I'm working on a project, that'd be prime.
So I wanted something I could, go to sleep to or something. Just play.
You could always plug it into your AC power supply.
Yeah, that would work too. If you have an adapter.
Yeah, well, that's when I've had AC available, I can do that with the speaker I've got. It's a little bit difficult because the plugs are so close together. It's hard to have. You got to kind of wiggle it just right to get the power plug and the memory stick both into their ports. But I have been able to do that when I'm traveling. Then I've been able to use that so it would keep playing all night while I was sleeping. Especially if I'm sleeping in a strange place, I need something playing familiar voices. So most of the time when I sleep, I've just got a YouTube playlist going with all of you people. Okay, I have to put down my headset for a moment. I will be right back.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Well, we've been going for 2 hours, so I need to get up for a minute.
Oh yeah, here's one I was looking at. This it says it has a music playtime of 30 hours.
Nice.
From what I was gathering from the reviews, it doesn't have very good sound quality coming out of it. I was thinking maybe getting like another speaker I can plug into it.
I decided I wanted to spend some good quality time for my birthday with my daughter, and so my wife and I took her to see Rocky Horror.
Nice.
I don't want to know how old she is.
She's 24. She's 24.
Oh,
But she loved it.
That's a good age for Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
He just said she didn't want to know.
Oops. Isn't that a euphemism most times?
I'm not sure how it would be. And I firmly believe that anything can be a euphemism under the right circumstances.
Anything could be oh, never mind.
That too.
Say that.
If you're creative enough, anything you find around your house or out in your yard, whatever, it can all be a adult fun time toy or a bong.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Okay. Yes, you're right. That's all there is to it.
I was assessing my walking cane since it's tubular aluminum for where I would drill the holes to make it a properly used item.
Drill the holes.
My wife can use anything that's not strapped down as a toy.
And some things that are, I'm sure.
Yes.
keep her away from bottles. Negative pressure.
Oof.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happens.
You got to use a hot bathtub for that. If there's issues, put them in a hot bathtub, it'll pop right out.
Well, as it turns out, that's why I had to put my microphone down, because I had to run to the euphemism.
Good. That was good. I like that.
That was a clean, dirty joke.
Well, it depends on if he washed or she washed her hands. Did you wash your hands? Then it'd be a clean joke.
Of course.
I just call it my silicone boyfriend,
Sloth Girl always called it Bob, her battery operated boyfriend. Mage, did you have a link to that that speaker you were talking about with the 30-hour playtime?
Oh, it's not a speaker. It's a player. But
Okay.
I was thinking maybe getting like another speaker that I can plug into it.
Yeah, well, if you've got a link to that player, I'd like to look at. And for me, even if the sound quality's, if most people say the sound quality's not very good, I've got a tin can ear, so even listening to music, I'm mostly just listening to the lyrics.
Yeah, I can't say for the quality of this. I've been kind of debating on what to get, so this is just one of them I was looking at. I'll put a link in. So there's a link to that.
Yeah, Antira's right. If it goes wrong, be honest with the AR staff. They will laugh less and be able to give you more actual help.
Actually, I worked in an emergency room. That's where I learned that.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, with my late fiance, I spent way too much time in the emergency rooms, enough so to get to know some of the staff and hear some stories.
There may be better ones than what I've been looking at too on Amazon, so you might want to look around some more too.
Yeah, but
Mage, you linking things reminded me. The shark came.
Oh, cool.
Cool.
Look at this damn thing.
That's awesome.
Get you.
It's a meter long.
Okay, is it just your lighting, or is that mostly pink?
It's kind of pinkish bluish. My lighting is slightly bisexual, but it does tend a bit more towards pink. But there's purple splotches and light blue splotches.
It's a tie-dye. It's a tie-dye shark.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have a
and
quick
it's
question.
so fucking cuddly.
I have a quick question for you. What is that flag? That you have
This
there?
flag?
Yes.
It's the Progress Pride flag. There's an even newer version, but this was the version I could get my hands on at the event where I got my hands on it.
Okay. Cool.
The newer one moves the extra stripes down even further and adds a yellow triangle with I think it's a white circle, maybe it's a blue circle. I forget off the top of my head, but that one represents intersex.
Yep.
So we can get all the letters onto the flag.
That's cool.
Well, Sloth Girl had found me a purple version, so I have a little high.
That's cool.
Nice.
That's huge.
It is. It is definitely more than a meter long.
We're still talking about sharks, right?
Yep.
Giggity.
Well, yeah, a meter would be something. I mean, I haven't been able to find a foot yet, and believe me, I've searched.
It's fair. I shouldn't snuggle it against my face while I still have my makeup on.
I end up getting fuzz in my beard.
Okay, Aunt says she thinks it was a purple circle.
It could be. For some reason, yep, it's purple. It's the Intersex Progress Pride rainbow flag.
Yep. Yeah, and unfortunately, when flags get too complicated, they can tend to lose their meaning. But yep. I have the same one you have, and that's really special because, the Sloth Girl's best friend, her 11-year-old son gave it to me.
It defeats all these changes. Completely defeat the purpose, intent, and design of the original flag. It was drawn or created to encapsulate everybody. That's why it was a rainbow, because a rainbow is a continuous color spectrum from one side to the other, and that's what the flag was meant to be, is to include everybody, regardless of what your kink is. And everybody suddenly needing to have their own personal identification. Well, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm just stuck in the old school, and I want the regular.
No, I
flag
get
back.
where you're coming from. In
June,
fact,
I
I
agree
have
with
one of
you.
the original flavor pride
Yeah.
flags over on my shelf. But I understand why this is here too. It's because while the rainbow does include everybody, there's certain groups, whoever happens to be under the most intense attack right now, need to be featured. So the flag will continue to evolve. If we ever move past transphobia, then we'll probably drop the trans
Well,
section.
but with all the additions that have been put into it, it has turned into a feud within the community, and
Yeah.
there's people who say that they're divorcing of themselves from the community because of all the people who are so new. They say that kind of shit. It's dividing us.
Yeah, it's causing
Well,
tribalism.
Well, the thing of it is, it's not causing division; it's exposing division that's already there. There's I've seen videos of people that are cutting off the other set, get rid of the T, they're showing their true colors. And what's interesting about that is they always cut off the black and brown stripes too, not just the trans part. There's a little bit of racism there, and they're kind of exposing that.
They don't
I
tend, actually
am-
they don't tend to realize what the black and brown stand for.
Oh, almost nobody does. I mean, people get the brown part, brown people, but people tend to think the black part is for black people as distinct from brown people. But the black one that one actually has to do with the primary gay group that was under the original movement, because that's representative of all the people who've died from AIDS and Republicans.
Yeah.
Because they're the same thing.
But I'm with Jenny about, it should have been kept simple. And the creator of the original rainbow flag, when he was talking about it, he included racial minorities under it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm the same way. And yeah, while I live in one of the most strongly Republican districts in the state, I've got one of the original flags as my living room window curtain.
I don't
can't
understand.
reach.
I don't understand why people can't just be satisfied with, every single kink out there has its own flag, colored bar as flag. Well, why can't you carry two flags?
Yeah, that's quite possible. I think it's useful for another reason. For one thing, it gives me the ability to put one flag on my microphone, but also because it causes discussion. Like, yeah, we could carry two flags, and I think most people do. Well, actually, there's more than that, because there's flags for like what group you're a member of, be it trans or intersex, or how many of the very specific kinds of intersex have their own pride flags now. But there's also orientation type stuff, like the flavors of ACE. The specific name eludes me, but my oldest has a flag for that, and of course the flags exist. There's shit tons of flags. The flag makers are loving our movement, but yeah.
My problem is there's many now that I don't know what represents what. And like you said, that does open up the conversation there. If anyone cares, if anyone bothers to care.
We're at the Comic-Con I run, we're super inclusive. We're like actively inclusive. And so it's not uncommon for people to wear a pride flag as a superhero cape. And so many conversations open up when people say, hey, I like your flag. What does it mean? I'm not familiar with that particular set of colors. And it gets people talking. That's pretty cool.
Well, I'll carry a rainbow and I'll carry a trans. It's just where I'm coming from on it.
No, that's perfectly fine. It's just like everything else in the LGBT. You should have the ability to live how you want, to be proud of how you want to be. The caveat, though, is that same right applies to everyone else.
Yeah. I just, like I say, the original one was supposed to be a single banner that all minorities could unite under. And I think we need to get back to that message more because the tribalism, is reducing things. And if we showed that we were more united, then the politicians have to pay more attention if they think that, this is a larger voting bloc.
Well, it's ironic that you're conservatively progressive. I find that vaguely amusing, but that's actually sort of the reason why so many people think that these changes to the flag are necessary, because you'd say everybody's included under the rainbow, and then you get the LGB Alliance people saying, I don't see trans people on here, so we expressly put trans people on here. Look, they are on the flag,
Yeah. Well, they were on the flag to begin with. It's not like each stripe was specific for one group of people.
As I recall, the each color represented something, but it wasn't a group. It was like a spectrum in its own right.
Yeah.
I remember the original flag had a 7th stripe. It was hot pink for the various interesting adult fun times things. But that got vetoed because it wasn't family friendly.
Well, no, actually, the original flag had 8 stripes. But when it began to get mass marketed, Ember, you got muted.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
How did that happen?
No, I guess not. Sorry, I was looking at the YouTube thing here. Okay, but yeah, the original flag had 8 stripes. It was mostly that when it started to get mass marketed, that it got trimmed down to 6 stripes, mostly for production reasons.
Yep. I'm looking it up right now. Hot pink was for sex life, red was for life, orange was for healing, yellow was sunlight, green was nature, turquoise was magic, indigo was serenity, and violet was the entire LGBTQ+. And because of manufacturing difficulties, they dropped turquoise and hot pink. So now it's life, healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and just the purple, the violet, is all of queerness. So we could get away with just a purple flag if you really want to get down to it.
There you go.
I'd be good with that. Okay, well, I have been bonding with Sloth Girl's best friend, but she just asked me for the link from my YouTube page, so that may disintegrate very quickly.
I mean, if she likes Sloth Girl, there's a pretty good chance that she might like our community. I mean, we're not as quick.
Sorry, cat hit button, and I got muted here.
Oh no.
Okay, but yeah,
we still can't hear. We still can't hear you.
Well, I've been trying to balance this, because I know she's religious. She knows I'm an atheist. Everything's been respectful about that. But I just don't know if my YouTube may be unloading more than she's ready to handle.
We don't actually talk about religion all that often here.
No, but we talk about the trans stuff an awful lot. And, she's cool with that. I mean, she met me before I started transitioning. So I don't know. I'm nervous about it. I guess I don't really have a reason to be, but, it's like...
Yeah, if she doesn't like it, she won't watch.
Well, I don't have that many friends in the real world to begin with, so... But, yeah, she and I, we went on a 4-hour shopping trip yesterday. So she was helping me, pick out clothes. So like I say, she met me before I started transitioning, and everything's been good. I've watched her kids a couple of times. And that's, like I say, it was her son that gave me the the newer rainbow flag because she took the kids to a pride festival in June.
That's cool.
So she's Christian, but she's open minded about these things. So right now, she's like my only gal pal.
Yeah, those are hard to come by.
Yeah, and that yesterday, going shopping for clothes was, that was a lot of fun. Just knowing I had somebody that I could hold it up and get an honest opinion of, does this work for me? Is it, does this color work against my skin tone? Those kind of things.
Yeah, that can be really handy. I have to do everything
Well,
with my own eyeballs.
And here she is. Okay, so
Hello.
she's using her name, so I can call her Molly now and take a shortcut there. I
Nice.
didn't want to. Yeah,
Not,
I don't
not
use
to be
anybody's-
confused with
I
other
don't
Molly.
use anybody's real name unless they, unless they use it themselves in the stream beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I very rarely have an IRL person drop by my stream, including my own children from time to time. Nobody gets outed until they do it themselves.
Yeah.
Well, Molly. Meet Molly.
Yeah.
Good golly, Miss Molly!
I do have a neighbor. I do have a neighbor who does call my dog Miss Molly.
I want to play a copyrighted song, but it's copyrighted.
Yeah. That has been the source of a lot of jokes that I've laughed at myself in these streams that I couldn't tell anybody else. So yes, this is Molly. She was Sloth Girl's best friend, although she only knows Sloth Girl by her real name, and I think Sloth Girl used her real name in a stream years ago, but I'm not sure, so I'm not comfortable. Not comfortable outing her.
I'll be right back. I think Molly got her ball stuck someplace.
I hate when my balls get stuck. I
have no problem. I have no problem with it when your balls get stuck. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
hey Jenny, I had a question for you. And you too, Purple. While we're at it, I have had the most unpredictable, sudden, frisky urges out of fucking nowhere. Now I know second puberty, it's going to happen. Does it ever settle down though?
Ask that again. I'm sorry.
I've had unpredictable, frisky urges. Like I'll just be driving down the highway, and all of a sudden I'll think of Elliot Page or something, and I'll be like, "Oh my goodness!"
That's odd because that sort of stuff usually comes from testosterone. People generally report a cessation, a lowering and final cessation of that kind of urging. When they
I have
HRT.
for the last 6 months. I've had absolutely zero libido. I figure, hormones are building back up in the other direction, so it's maybe that's what that is.
Yeah.
But
I will give you what I think is an easy explanation for that is, being on the estrogen definitely brought my sex level way down. So in my case, it took me from being hypersexual down to what you would think would be probably normal for a woman in her 20s. But as far as getting moments like that, that does happen. And I think that's just a psychological thing of, you being more comfortable with who you are now.
that's possible because it didn't really happen today. It happened yesterday, and it was right after. So I had a fantastic day as far as vibing and feeling myself and whatnot.
Well, that's what it is. You've been feeling yourself.
Right? Not in public, Ember. Damn it. But I went to a truck stop for my lunch break. And I mean, there were other things too, but the truck stop was the really big one. Like everyone called me ma'am. I had to go to the bathroom. A lady held the bathroom door for me, and it was just. And when I checked out, the clerk not only ma'amed me, but specifically sirred the guy behind me, and I'm like, fuck yeah! And the best part, no weird looks. Like people gendered me correctly, but no side eye, no weird glances. It was just normal. And I was like, fuck yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Now if I could just get my voice in line.
I can give you a link to a channel that does a lot of voice tutorial stuff.
I'm always willing to look, but I've been stalking a few of them. And you know what's fucked up is a lot of the voice exercises that I've been doing are singing related because you do extended notes, you hold the note for a long period of time. I am solid when I sing, but when I switch back to a speaking voice, I have to really concentrate on it, and even then it's not even half as good as when I'm singing. Motherfucker.
Well, then just sing from now on. Yeah,
I'm doing that too. I can sing along with it. Actually, my major problem is that I can talk in a more feminine voice when I'm thinking about it. The problem is to start thinking about it every time before I begin speaking. You get what I mean?
Well, that's why you practice and practice and practice, and not only becomes muscle memory, but it's habitual that you don't think of it anymore because you do it all the time.
Yeah.
You're the only one who can do anything about that.
One time Diana spoke in Ed's voice, and I am still like totally screwed up by that.
Oh yeah.
It ruined me. It broke me.
Yeah, I heard her do it a couple of times.
Because Ed's voice was so deep. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I was jealous of Ed.
Oh my. I know. Maybe I should do like an old European opera style and literally just sing everything. It'll be fine. Hello, everyone.
People will remember you.
That makes me think of like Bumblebee from the Transformers movie, how everything has to be an existing song. Yes, Andrew, I'll live in it's the musical episode of the show of my life or something.
Okay, Adler, I just I dropped a link in the YouTube chat for a playlist of trans voice tutorials.
Where did I put the YouTube chat?
I can drop in the private chat too.
Oh, it's all right. I will find it.
Okay.
There it is. I just have too many damn tabs open.
Don't know where the music's coming from.
Right?
I thought you had to update
Fairy
Diane
Princess
Hills by
Lucy.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. I know her. Oh my goodness.
Well, I
Heat
like
from
her
Fire. I
because
made
she
Heat from
explains
Fire into a song.
Yeah. She
Heat
explains
from
it without you
fire,
having to
fire
know a lot.
from heat.
Too many of the voice tutorials, start using a vocabulary that I don't understand. Because I don't have any kind of musical background or anything. So, she explains it to somebody who doesn't have a background can understand it.
In a lot of ways, it's like learning anything else. You can only get about 40% of what you need to know from learning from someone else. The rest you have to do. Like, Lucy and a bunch of others. They talk about harmonics and resonance and pitch and whatnot, and they can explain what that means. But from a practical perspective, what it really means is thinking about closing up your throat and making the opening tighter. Giggity.
Yeah. Like I said, when I'm singing, it comes automatically. That I go up into a higher register and for some reason pick up a British accent. I don't know where that came from. But Yeah, I've got to get used to doing that just when I'm speaking. So I have to practice that a lot more until, like Jenny was saying, the muscle memory and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Bree.
It's a
Okay, so
Bree.
well, maybe we'll have to, do that one week here that, we'll do MidAmerica the musical.
We can do all kinds of copyrighted covers and things. Hello from the other side of the screen.
Well, I can get away with singing anybody's songs because I'll do it so badly that the AI will never recognize it.
That's fair.
If anyone wants evidence of this, if you go back in my channel, there's a clip of when I sang Tom Lear's Christmas Carol on Lavender Lady's channel one year. Here, I should go pull up a link for that, but that was also long before I started transitioning. I'll bring a link up for it. You people talk a while I find it.
Okay. I'm just idly wondering. A long time ago, I actually released a music album, and I'm seeing if it's still on Amazon. So I haven't seen it in a very long time. I'm finding all kinds of weird things. But the reason I think of it is because at the time my specialization was singing off key.
I remembered the other piece of news.
Oh, what?
More news!
Now, this was bigger news, so you might have already heard this. But now, remember on the indictments that were handed down for Trump and the January 6th situation, his responsibility for it and things. And that was all thrown out because that crooked Eileen Cannon judge down there took it to the Supreme Court. And of course, the Supreme Court is owned by Republicans, so they voted in favor of ending it. They threw it all out. Well, Jack Smith took that throwing out action and decided to undo it, and undid it in terms of the decision they recently made about presidential immunity.
Yes.
And so how he described it and listed and did the whole indictment, it misses that completely. It zooms right past the immunity question.
Yeah, he made the indictment much more specific.
And so he has been re-indicted. It's real, it's happening, it's there.
Nice.
I think there's a specific reason that there is nothing in our Constitution about criminals not being eligible for the presidency. And I think our founding fathers, they never could have fathomed.
Yeah.
It never could have crossed their mind that someone would elect a criminal president.
Well, that's what I've been saying since 2015, that, the reason we were having so much trouble is Jefferson even said in one of his letters that the founding fathers assumed, nobody could get in a position to run for a federal office unless they were a gentleman.
Right.
And a slave owner.
It's a very different way of thinking back then, too, like you're saying.
Yeah, they just assumed that anyone who badly misbehaved would have ruined their reputation before they had a chance to run.
Back when people cared about respectability and shit.
Yeah. Okay. You ready for this?
No.
I'm sure nobody is. And okay, this one I can definitely get away with because Tom Lear has released his entire body of work into the public domain.
Ooh.
So you
Oh,
can
well.
really use all of his songs.
Well, technically, he had to go kind of do a long way around it. So he gives permission to use it as close to releasing into the public domain as he can.
Okay.
Who
right.
did this?
Tom Lehrer.
Tom Lehrer.
Oh,
So this is one of his songs I'm doing here. Come on. How do I?
Well, this is before my time.
Oh.
It's like,
Okay, I'm in the wrong tab. That's why I couldn't get started. Yeah.
and we have no sound.
Oh no.
Nope, no sound.
Okay, Mage, were you saying you're not getting the audio?
Yeah, we're not hearing anything.
Oh. Huh.
Yep, we broke it.
it's because the picture's too small.
I'm not sure why. I'm certain that I put the button to share audio. Okay, well, let me try again from the beginning.
Share screen.
Yeah. Some screens let you share audio or for the share audio checkbox. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, and slide the audio share. It doesn't really tell me which way it goes, but okay, that should be on. And okay, let's see I'll crank the volume up on it. See if that helps. Can you hear it there?
It's not actually sharing yet.
Put it on screen.
Oh,
Okay, we
there
got
we
it on
go.
screen now.
okay.
I'll try it.
You can actually do this entirely.
Yes, we hear it.
Okay. Ray, is Tom Leader's Christmas Carol?
Okay.
So if you let me have the
Yes.
stage for a moment.
By all means, dear.
Christmas time is here, by golly, disapproval would be folly. Deck the halls with hunks of holly, fill the cup and don't say when. Kill the turkeys, ducks, and chickens, mix the punch, drag out the dickens. Even though the prospect sickens, brother, here we go again. At Christmas time, you can't ignore your fellow man, you must adore. There's time to loathe him all the more, the other 364. Relations bearing no expense will send some useless old utensil. Or a matching pen and pencil, just the thing I need. How nice. It doesn't matter how sincere it is, nor how heartfelt the spirit. Sentiment will not endear it. What's important is the price.
Yes.
Hark the herald angels sing, advertising wondrous things. God rest ye merry merchants, may ye make the Yuletide pay. Angels we have heard on high tell us to go out and buy. So let the rocket sleigh bells jingle, hail our dear old friend Kris Kringle, driving his reindeer across the sky. Don't stand underneath when they fly by. Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yay!
As long
Oh,
as
God, that was beautiful.
Fantastic.
I missed the Lavender Lady. It's Diana.
Yeah, she looked really good there.
Such joyful exuberance. It was worth all the technical difficulties.
Yes.
Okay. And with that presentation, I will remind people that if I don't get enough Patreon subscribers, I will make a musical.
If you don't like my singing, pay me, you won't.
Yeah.
Hi, Bree.
Well, I'm really just trying to get one subscriber at the top tier to subscribe to me for $1,000 a month.
Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels put a thing on his Patreon. I think it's around 500 a month. He said there's only one slot available, but whoever subscribes to that top tier gets to dictate which religion I convert to.
Okay, that's an interesting one. See, I haven't come up with a good hook for the tiers, so I didn't create tiers because it's like, if all I'm doing is live streaming, there isn't really, any premiums I can give anybody. It's like, you get to see the live stream a day before it's recorded.
I mean, you can do other stuff, like you can do behind-the-scenes photos, or you could do patron-exclusive streams. The easy way to do that is you do a stream normally, but you go into your YouTube studio and change it to unlisted, and then only the patrons can see the link. So it's public if you have a link, but only the link holders can get there, kind of thing.
Yeah.
You could do... there's a bot you can set up in Discord that'll give an automatic role to Patreon members who join through the Patreon link. And you can have channels set up so that only those people with that role can see the channel. So you could have patron exclusive content in your Discord. There's a bunch of things you can do, even if you're only making live streams. But it's work.
Yeah. And actually, when I set up the Patreon thing, I didn't expect anybody to subscribe to it. I just set up an account there so that nobody else could use my name on the service.
Okay.
But I've got some subscribers. I get $15, $20 a month from it. So, basically it pays for the StreamYard subscription for the year.
You have a yearly rate? I'm at $25 a month, and I have the basic level.
I have some kind of odd package that no one else can seem to find. But, I got like 4 years ago during the holiday season, they offered this special tier that was in the middle. So I don't have like all of the top tier stuff.
StreamYards was really begging for users at that time.
Yeah. But they offered me this deal that if I paid for the full year up front, it was only $96 for the year. And ever since then, every November, it keeps renewing at the same rate. But no one else can find this package.
I think that maybe, it's a grandfather thing. It auto renews. Adobe had a similar thing when they first rolled out Creative Cloud. If you got the photographer plan, which was only $10 a month, you got Photoshop and Lightroom, and that was all you got. You could still buy other apps individually, but then they doubled the price. But if you kept your subscription going, you got to keep your original price.
Yep. Yeah, so
I really, really hate all the subscription services. It's like everybody thinks that so I'm only going to ask $5. Yeah, okay. Now I have 50 people I want to put $5 to. I can't afford that.
Yeah.
Well, it's insane. It's just insane.
And actually, what I keep saying about Patreon is that we're all subscribing to each other's channels. So aren't we just passing the same $20 around until Patreon manages to eat up the whole thing in their fees?
No, I don't subscribe to your channel at all.
I say the same thing to Maya because, I'm a member on Maya's channel. Like day one when memberships went live, I was in there. But Maya is one of my few remaining Patreon patrons. So, like, we hand each other the same $3 every month. And YouTube takes half and Patreon takes 10%, so,
Yep.
Wisconsin's got this dick running for senator against Tammy Baldwin, the country's first out lesbian senator.
Oh, nice.
And his name's Eric Hovde, and he ran once before and got just absolutely plastered. But here he is running again. He seems to live in Southern California. He's got a big Malibu mansion and like 12-figure income or some crap like this.
Fucking hell.
But he says, "Oh boy, I was born in Wisconsin, and see, this is our house, you know." And now there's he was diagnosed with MS in his 20s. You know, it's like, fuck the heartstring crap. Just tell me how intelligent he is and what can he fucking do.
Yeah.
So he continues to say other like really smart things like, well, you know, if you're in a nursing home, you only got 5-6 months to live. Why should we let you vote? You know, so
Wow.
what's the point of voting? You're going to be dead in 5 to 6 months. And it's like, holy Christ. And then he says, something, blah, blah, blah. Women, all they want to do is pay attention to what's going on in Hollywood.
You know, on that, you know what J.D. Vance was saying about the cat ladies, the childless cat ladies and stuff like that?
Yeah, he keeps saying it.
Yep, I'm right here.
But then he went into those who do not have children should not be able to have as many votes. Basically,
that's
people
Project
with children should have more
2025.
votes.
Yeah, and the Republicans were also pushing a thing that, you know, like a family who has 4 children should get 6 votes, 1 for each of the parents and 1 for each kid.
And so I'm great. I'm good with that. I'm completely good with that. I think it's great.
Bullshit.
And I also think that you know autistic people don't really have as much of a say, you know, a stake in politics and everything else because, you know, we're just autistic, you know, so we might as well just make sure that autistic people don't get votes, and trans people don't need to have votes because they're not going to have any kids, so they don't need anything. So,
well,
you know,
let's
go down that rabbit
can't have
hole.
a vote because, you know, whether if you're binary trans anyway, either you were a woman or you currently are a woman, and in either case there's a woman involved, and women can't vote because they're not men.
Right. Let's just go down that rabbit hole, and then that's a nice start to just go down the rabbit hole to it's just going to be it's going to be people that look exactly like me.
Well,
old white guys.
They're going to eventually get back to quoting some of the founding fathers out of context and saying that, they said that only landowners should have the vote.
Right, exactly.
Because it is something that they promoted. Yeah. Well, it was something that before they created the first constitutional Congress that they were saying that, yeah, maybe only landowners should have the vote.
And actually, that's the thought that actually sent me down that rabbit hole, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so, you know, pretty soon it won't be a poll tax, but it'll be a gatekeeping that anyone who doesn't have at least $1 million in stocks doesn't get to vote.
Right, because you have no stake in the economy.
Yeah.
Right?
You're not creating jobs.
And let's see, we have Donald Trump is not weird signs at a Trump rally.
Nothing shows that you're not weird like people having to hold up signs saying you're not weird.
Yeah, aren't these the same people who were, you know, wearing diapers and holding signs that real men wear diapers?
And don't forget the cum cups.
Oh, yep. The sample containers. And
yeah.
I enjoy that 50% of the people here are advocating for the loss of their own right to vote, possibly 3/4, depending on the ancestry of Mr. Not Sunglasses on the Hat.
Who's whoever's picture that is? Could you send me one on Twitter?
It's off. Yeah, this is was posted by the Good Liars. pretty decent. They do stuff and interview Trump MAGA people and all that.
Is that their van with the handicap placard?
It might be.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I've noticed that like people were making jokes during the first what was it, 2016 when he ran originally, how many people at his rallies were in those Medicare scooters talking about how socialized medicine is horrible.
Oh yeah.
It's a similar thing. Like the conservatives seem to be really gung-ho about abusing the same system they accuse everyone else of taking advantage of. It's the projection thing again, but still.
Yeah, and like, the most deeply red states are the ones who need to receive the most federal aid to keep those programs going.
The blue states pay for the red states.
Yep. Minnesota is paying for Alabama.
And just remember, if you hear anybody in Texas rank on trans people and call you that you put children in danger and all this kind of stuff, just remind them that over like 57% of all the childhood SAs that are performed by family and friends of white cis het men.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
In Texas.
Yep.
In the churches in Texas.
Texas is the number one.
And the more religious
it
they
ranks
are,
in
the
number
more,
one.
the higher the propensity.
Okay, I'll stop talking.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that my middle of my sentence ran into the beginning of yours.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Got to work on that. Got to let Jenny finish. Now we've got Soon Mommy in here, and Bree came in a while ago.
Yes, of course, Sumam, you're right on that. But the idea here is to stick these people, stick their bullshit up their ass if they're accusing LGBT people of being the pedos when they're actually the pedos by group.
Yep.
Oh, that's why they get so defensive about the calling everyone else a groomer, because that's their group that's doing that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we pretty much know basically at this point, every accusation a Republican makes is a confession.
And everybody's starting to push that again very hard as part of the campaign rhetoric.
Well, a lot of them are pushing it, but, in polls, they're showing it to be very unpopular with the voters at large. To the point, like, in virtually any state, if people are asked about, like LGBTQ issues and asked about abortion issues, it's like 65 to 80% oppose it, depending on what state you're in. But I don't think there's a single state that they've ever found that a majority were in favor of it.
Yeah, we were covering on, I think it was 6 or 7 weeks ago. It was one of the stories on Good News that I think it was Pew, but it may have been one of the other survey groups. They surveyed Republican voters, exclusively Republican voters in South Carolina, and asked them how they feel about anti-trans legislation. Not how they feel about trans people, but about the government regulating what trans people can and can't do. And 70% were opposed.
Yep.
The Republicans in the heart of the deep red South said, no, this is government overreach. We do not support this.
Yeah, and, this is supposed to be the party of small government that is trying to legislate what people can do with their own bodies.
I mean, that's what they've always done, though.
Yeah.
The Republican Party, though, is not the same party as it was in like the 90s or whatever. It's profoundly different now. Oh, well,
no, now it's the MAGA party. The GOP, what remains of the GOP, came to the DNC to support Harris.
Mm-hmm. And those are real Republicans. That's one thing that I would just want to throw out there.
I mean, even they,
are patriots. I'll say real patriots. that are the Republicans that are going over to Harris at this point in time?
I don't know. I think of myself as a Roosevelt Republican, which means from my point of view, the Democrats are too far to the right. But which
Yeah.
is fucking wild, but okay.
Oh no, I fully agree with you. You know that aside from Bernie Sanders, there hasn't been anybody on the Republicans that really was, more than a step left from center.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, they're not bad, but they're centrists. You know?
Tim Walz, though, which is our current governor and the VP pick for Harris, he gets pretty close to Bernie on a lot of things here.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
the
like
stuff
him,
that he's
and I
pushed
like how
through in
much people like
Minnesota.
him.
Yeah. The stuff he's pushed through in Minnesota, he's got solid examples, of legislation he passed in this state and programs he approved, that were good for low income people that also still boosted up our economy at the same time.
The Republicans are going absolutely nuts trying to dig up shit on Walz to make issue over.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have anything, and so they're having trouble. But there was something that was dug up that was pretty intense. I should share it with you. Him and his wife, according to a neighbor or friend of the family, I forget which, have only ever owned one car at a time, even though they got kids and everything. They're just economical.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a neighbor who didn't have any car at all, and needed one for work or transport to hospital or something like that. So they bought a new car and gave the old one to her.
Awesome.
All these evil things that this Walz does.
Okay.
Mhm.
Seriously?
Oh no, he feeds kids and gives away cars. Oh no.
Okay, they did find one serious thing about him that there actually was a police report for. That 30 odd years ago, he once got stopped for drunk driving.
Yeah, I heard that. He's pretty irresponsible.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's the only scandal they've been able to find on him is more than 30 years old. Back in his younger days when he partied hard.
So who's older, Tim Walz or me?
I have no idea how old Walz is.
Well, younger
You're older,
than me.
Denny.
So I actually tried to look up the worst bits about Tim Walz, and I got a link to the Washington Examiner, which is super far right. Fine, that's what I'm looking for, is the worst things. And the article, this is the entirety of the article. Vice President Kamala Harris and her campaign are desperate to paint Senator J.D. Vance, R. Ohio, as a bad option for second in line to the presidency. That tactic might work if Governor Tim Walz, D. Minnesota, did not have so much baggage. That's it. That's the article.
Doesn't get into any details of with baggage, huh?
Well, you can tell they're Christian because it's the same crap we hear from apologists, right? Like, there's so much evidence. Cool. What is the evidence? Well, there's so much evidence.
Well, the latest evidence is all the money that he wasted making sure that every school child has a free lunch.
Yes, that's a terrible waste. Next thing you know, they'll be funding the schools directly with taxpayer money or so. We'll be building roads, maybe even fire departments with public money. Can you imagine? It's socialism.
Let's see, what have I heard? We got the old tampons in boys' bathrooms, which the legislation you signed didn't actually specify where those tampons went. It was just providing free tampons to schools. Well, see, one person was thinking that they were doing partial birth abortions because of some of the legislation let through for abortions. Looking up that apparently it's not happening. That's why there's a couple of things I heard. So,
the the just awful nature of the bullshit propaganda that is being produced by the Republicans is it's just obscene.
Yeah.
That they actually have a huge number of their maggots who really believe that Democrats will birth a baby and then kill it.
Yep.
You know,
Which
it's like
is freaking wild.
It's also worth noting that an abortion is when a baby, or if you want to refer to a baby, or a fetus, is not viable.
no. You see, if it's once it's born, it's a baby. It's no longer a
Yeah.
fetus.
Well, I'm trying to come up with their terminology there.
Yeah.
So Vanity Fair ran a fun article back on August 8th, a whole 20 days ago, so it's like, centuries old. Trump, remember when Kamala became the presumptive nominee, and like immediately we got campaign contribution to when she was Attorney General, showing that Trump used to support her. Turns out same thing with Walz. He was full of praise for Walz during the 2020 George Floyd protests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, since you brought up the thing about roads, I will also mention that for me to go from where I am, into the Twin Cities, while the speed limits are lower, the state highways are actually better maintained than the interstate highway. So the ones the state funds are better maintained than the ones the federal government funds. But yeah, I could get just about anywhere, on just the state and county highways.
They are spectacular.
Like I say, the only difference is it's a bit of a lower speed limit. You got to slow down to like 55 instead of doing 75 on the interstate.
You guys get 75? Well,
Yep.
Okay, I can't be too jealous. My car can't handle 75.
we have the speed limit here at the 2-lane highway that goes through town is 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, going through town, that's a bit much. You're
Well,
supposed
not
to say
in
no.
town. Jesus Christ.
Well,
but the
some
rest of
places
it,
you don't know. Yeah.
It goes from end to end of the county.
Yep.
Actually, it's even kind of neater, cooler than that. It's Highway 16, and if you get on Highway 16 on the western edge of Minnesota, you can take it all the way to the eastern edge of Wisconsin.
Well, and because of the state and county roads here, if I was in the shape I was in my 20s, I would actually be able to bicycle the 75 miles into Minneapolis. There's good roads with wide enough shoulders that I would not have trouble riding a bike all the way.
It's cool. I've been pondering getting a bicycle, but I don't know what the hell I'd use it for because everything is an hour away from me by car.
Yeah. I recently picked up a bicycle at the thrift store because literally virtually everything I do in a typical week is within 5 miles of my building. So I picked up a bike from the thrift store, a basic street cruiser, nothing fancy, and realized that it's been 20 years now since I've been on a bike. So, the bike needs a little bit of work. It came from a thrift store. I need to fix the brakes. I need to tune the derailleur, those kind of things.
Fuel the flux capacitor.
Well, actually, I've seen a couple of these things, YouTube videos, and I'm seriously looking at the idea of, because when you buy combo packs of power tools, you always get a drill. You can't avoid it.
Giggity.
So I am actually, wondering if I can't get one of these surplus drills that run on my power tool batteries to make an electric bike out of it.
Not nearly enough torque.
Well, but I've seen it done. I've seen a couple of short videos of people doing it, so that's what I'm kind of wondering about.
It's probably, I don't know. Cosmic Kyle got a e-bike. It like works like a regular bike, but you can also use a battery-powered motor to either pedal for you or to help pedal for like uphills and shit.
That's what I want, yeah.
Yeah, his has like a 50-mile range, and I can't remember how much he said it was, but he's not rich by any stretch of the imagination, and he was able to afford it. So
yeah,
it
like
may
I say,
be better than a drill, and possibly not much more expensive than a drill.
Well, I already have the drills and batteries. Is the thing.
You could go to Temu. They were advertising electric bikes for $39.
Holy shit!
I'm sure they're really good quality too.
Oh, for sure. And they'll only take 8 months to show up.
Walmart is selling those electric powered scooters. They get $500 for those things.
Walmart's selling them for $500.
Yeah.
Hell, if I had known about that, I would have somehow found the money and I would have bought one for Sloth Girl. I never saw one for under $2,000.
Those scooters are absolutely dangerous as fuck to ride around in the city with.
Well, no, not for driving around town, just to, bring in the van just so she can get around inside the stores.
I don't think a store would allow that in their facility.
I would have assumed
for that kind of money, what you can get is there's this device that you can clamp onto a standard wheelchair that is a motor with a single wheel, and it clamps onto the back end of the wheelchair and drops to the floor, and it drives the thing forward on a single wheel.
Oh, no, I never saw those either.
I've priced them out. I've seen them from $500 to $700.
Like I say, if I had known something like that was like, $500, I would have found a way to do it. I never saw any kind of mobility thing like that for under $2,000. But the other option I have for the electric bike is that my brother had trashed an electric snowblower. So I have the 40-volt mower from the snowblower. The thing is that I only have the battery packs, the 18-volt battery packs, which actually can put out 20 volts when they're fully charged. So I'm wondering if I can run 2 of those battery packs in series to run the 40-volt motor. I'm not sure if that might damage one of the battery packs if they're unbalanced.
Well, if they're going to be lithium batteries, I wouldn't dick around with those. They're so dangerous.
They like to explode.
No, that's what I mean. I don't want to open up the batteries. I just want something I can plug in the batteries I already have. Because that's the expensive part of any electric bike is the battery pack. But also, like I say, with everything so close, I only need something that's got like, a 20-mile range. And I can go out, I can, go from here, I can go to 3-4 stores and come home. And that's less than 20-mile loop.
See, 20 miles, it'd be a joke in my area because everything's a minimum of 25 to 30 miles away.
Yep. Well, that's what I mean. It's just everything's so close here, it seemed convenient. Although I do think it might be a little difficult for me to bring a 4x8 sheet of plywood back home on the bike.
You'd have to get very creative.
You would be surprised at some of the things I've done in the past.
Holy shit. Tickets to the WNBA playoffs have hit $2,000 a piece.
Fucking what?
$2,000 a piece. People have turned on to the WNBA. They love it. They fill stadiums.
Nice.
That's the sports ball with the hoops, right?
Yep.
It's the good sports ball with the hoops, not the big smelly jackasses with the giant shoes.
The women's games are much more interesting to watch. I am not a basketball fan, and they got me into a basketball fan.
Yeah. That is one thing that the anti-trans movement has done. That it has gotten people watching women's sports who never did before.
I wouldn't go that far. They got people concerned about women's sports who still can't name 5 women athletes.
Yeah.
From any time, anywhere, any sport.
But like you say, the women's sports are selling more tickets.
Yeah, basketball is, yes.
Yeah. And anyone whoever uses the line that somebody hits like a girl, I want to introduce them to my sister who was on the U of M hockey team.
I always point out Serena Williams.
My wife asked me a very tough question.
What was that, Dave?
My wife asked me a very tough question that I could not answer the other day, and I'd like to ask you guys this. It was concerning sports, and she said, okay, let's say you have a cis male that, goes and decide. You have a cis male, and they are trans, and they go do sports. They go do football
then first off, then they're not a cis male; they're a trans woman. If you're talking about somebody who goes from the male sex to the female gender, or to the woman gender, that is a trans woman. It's not a cis anything.
Well, what I meant was assigned male at birth. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I intended, but thank you for the correction. But so she asked me, she's like, so do you think it's unfair or anything else? And frankly, I'm going to be honest, it was very difficult for me to answer that, because I'm like, well, first of all, if they're a woman, they're a woman, and they should be able to play, period. With that being said, I do understand some people's reservations, because they what the imagery I know is some big brute male going up against some 5 foot female. That's what they're looking. That's what they see in their minds. So what's the answer to that question?
Well, male athletes often use extra testosterone to bulk up. So if somebody is going from male to female, they're going to use testosterone blockers to lower the amount of testosterone in their body. And one of the effects of that is a loss of muscle mass. They actually will lose some of their muscle doing it. So they're not going to be as physically strong as they were before they started transitioning.
The timeline varies. I can tell you from my own personal experience, I'm only 181 days on HRT, and I've lost 7/8 of my strength, which means I'm now only as strong as the typical male. I was very fucking strong. But it usually it varies from sport to sport, but the emerging consensus seems to be you have to be on HRT for 1 or 2 years before you can switch sports leagues. And what we see both in a practical sense, actual on-the-ground sports, and in laboratory tests where they have athletes, both trans and cis, of both genders, go through like lung volume tests and raw power strength tests and all the tests. At the 2-year mark, there's almost no distinction between a cis woman and a trans woman, with the exception that a trans woman has lower grip strength than a cis woman, on average.
The reality is that in 2003 the Olympic Committee allowed trans women in sports. If trans women have all these great advantages that everybody is paranoid about, why haven't there been a single person, trans person, who's won a gold medal yet?
Yeah.
In this 21 years, nobody.
Or any medal. Like there's one trans person won a bronze medal, and that was a non-binary person. I may be mistaken on that, but I've heard Stephanie say it a number of times.
Yeah, the person who just was in this boxing medal thing in the Olympics, everybody's calling her trans. She is not trans.
No.
She is a cis woman. Her chromosomes are XX.
In fact, the country she comes... I'm sorry, Jenny.
Go ahead. Jeez.
I'm sorry, I was cutting you off. That was rude.
Go.
Just that about the one in the boxing, that the country she comes from, it is actually illegal to be trans. That she could be executed there if she was trans.
My word.
Yeah, but that's a specific case. The point is that when a person overall, when a person transitions, it's intuitive to think that if you go through male puberty, then you're going to have advantages that will never go away. And it turns out that's not actually the case. But also, that's an excellent case for why kids should have access to HRT, so they don't go through the wrong puberty in the first place.
So I could honestly say flatly that scientifically, at this point in time, it's been proven wrong.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Jenny?
A very important feature about the whole argument to understand is that it's been initiated and handled by propagandists, people who know nothing about sport, people who know nothing about trans, and they only know their personal hatred. It has gotten absolutely ridiculous to the point that a international chess league or organization has banned trans women from female competition in chess. Now, maybe they use really big pieces that are heavy. And
well, you know those strength and advantages you get at playing billiards.
Yeah.
Fuck, what was I about to say? I forget.
Well, and I find all of this very laughable because I never got most of the advantages you're supposed to get from going through a male puberty. I never did build up any upper body strength. For that matter, I hardly ever had any chest hair either. I had 6 chest hairs.
That's too many.
Yeah, but it was quicker to pluck them out with tweezers than it was to shave.
Sure. The other thing to consider, David, is that, and again, this goes to the lunacy of the whole thing. Texas, they worked on passing their law. They were kind of one of the first to go at all this stuff, and they fought in their legislature for like a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. And they passed the law, went into effect, and it affected one person. Oh wait, no, it didn't. They had already gotten out of high school.
Yep. Well, what Tsunami says here, unless you're planning on being intimate with someone, it ain't your business what's in their pants. And that's what I keep saying, is that unless we're dating, how does it affect you what's in my pants?
The other thing what that draws out, David, is that the number of trans women in sports is incredibly low. Okay, we make up less than 2% of the population, but I think it's less than 1% actually. That is just a minuscule number, and then you figure out of that minuscule number how many people are into sports. Well, that's even more minuscule. And there's just not a lot of people who this affects. It's just the intimidation that causes everybody who's trans to do anything. That's its intent, is to scare people, frighten people, and demonize the marginalized communities. Yeah. It's just a scare tactic bullshit from Nazis.
It's a political agenda because fear is the easiest thing to motivate people with.
A little addition to the what was going on with Maine there. There we have went back and forth. One person was saying, "Oh, it was a testosterone test." Another one, no, they got it wrong. It was a chromosome test. And they never showed what the test was, but that the IABA said the tests were sent to 2 different laboratories that are accredited by the World Anti-Doping Agency, WADA. However, WADA has told BBC Sport it does not oversee gender tests, and it worked only related to anti-doping matters.
Yep.
Correct. And they're testing for testosterone, and any woman has testosterone in her.
Yep.
So that's just not the right test to do.
What they usually would test as far as the amount, and it gets into a whole other can of worms of issues.
That's right, Beck. We're gonna take over. We're building an army. That's why we want to trans the kids, so we can build up our ranks.
Well, and
Yes.
I want to mention this as far as the looming cross-dressing horde is that trans people and cross-dressers are two different groups. A lot of the cross-dressers who perform are cis men.
Or JD Vance.
Couch fucker.
And every woman in the Western world who wears a pair of jeans.
Yeah.
There are people still alive who consider that cross-dressing,
And like Samami says here, people forget that women have to shave to get rid of all the body hair.
There is one sport that has not had a problem with trans women. In fact, it's one of the most macho sports out there. And they welcome trans women in and cis women. And I personally know two women who are competing in that sport, and that would be auto racing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they're just welcome to be anywhere because you drive. That's all that anybody cares about.
I have heard it argued that women have an unfair advantage in that because such and such study from the 1970s said that women tend to have faster reflexes.
Fuck the reflexes. Women see things differently on the track and don't get themselves in trouble to begin with.
Yeah. Tsunami, I just want to say, Tsunami, that this comment about the looms and spinning yarn would have had Sloth Girl rolling on the floor.
Hell yeah.
And Tsunami, I know, I mean, women having hairy nipples and stuff like that is not uncommon at all. Or, having hair, more hair than what we expect to see on Baywatch.
Yep, and roller derby team. My late fiance, one of her goals, if we, once we got all of her health issues taken care of, was she wanted to be on the Syracuse roller derby team.
Yeah. There's actually two. There's the Salt City roller derby and the Roller Rebels. I don't know. The Salt City team comes to my Comic-Con, and it's so cool. They get a spot near the seating for the stage, so they're chilling out, doing their thing, handing out flyers, come see our events, etc. And when things get a little slow, they'll like skate out around the open area by the main stage, and so there's just roller derby people scooting around, and they're super fucking inclusive. So is the Cortland team.
Yep. The Salt City team was the one that she wanted to get on. She knew like two women who were on that team who, incidentally both happened to be lesbians, although that wasn't relevant to anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like modern day roller derby. I wanted to have this inclined tracks again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, incline tracks are cool.
Oh yeah, it makes a huge difference in the game.
Okay, Sumami, if you're going to do a makeup demonstration, I'll be there.
Yeah, let's do makeup
I still
and
need
gather.
I still need a lot of help with that stuff. I don't know, how to do any of that.
I know, I'm at like level 1 on all my fucking makeup skills.
Oh, no. You can't be at level 1 because you're at least 4 or 5 levels above me.
Dave, finishing up on this trans women in sports and what how dramatically HRT changes you. Let's see, how was it? Yeah, it was about 2 years or so. But 2-3 years after I'd been on HRT, I did a retest of myself for the kind of strength I had. I ran a car shop, and one of the things that we'd have to do from time to time is move a goddamn engine. And it's a lot easier to just move it than to go get the crane and jack it up and all that kind of pain in the ass stuff with chains and shit. So I learned how to, we're talking 4-cylinder motors that weigh about 350. So I just go pick it up and move it. Not up in my arms like a loaf of bread, but just a deadlift. And it was really no problem. I could move 10, 15 feet and set it back down. After HRT, I kind of lost that ability, and I could barely even pick up anything at 100 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's significant.
I've been on HRT for 3 years, and I haven't had a way to measure it, but I can tell that just, the amount I can lift and the amount of strain I experience, like lifting an air conditioner, which is the same one that I put in Sloth Girl's window before I started transitioning, was a lot harder getting out, even though getting it out, I was taking it from a height and just bringing it down to the floor. That took more effort for me than originally picking it up from the floor and getting it into the box.
I actually was on testosterone for a while, and that's horrible stuff. Horrible. Yep. I got hot flashes and stuff like that. It sucked. I did not like it at all.
I did too, so I got rid of it.
Yeah, they're working on mine. I'm working on the surgery to eliminate the source.
I'm reconfiguring my schedule.
Yeah, well, yeah, Tsunami in the side chest talking about if we can do a makeup party on Sunday. And I was just saying that's fine with me as long as I get to watch Granny's stream.
Oh, what time is Granny on Sunday?
I think it's 3:30 to 4:30 Central Time.
Okay.
I'd have to double check. I could be screwing up the time zones, and I could be an hour off again.
Okay. Well, shall we say like noonish? And that's another good reason to do it Sunday because that way it won't conflict with Live from the Hive.
Yep.
What are you talking about?
Doing a makeup party.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested in sitting in on that.
Either before or after you get there.
No, I'm talking about Granny stuff because the only thing I'm aware of that Godless Granny's doing is on Saturday at 3:30.
You're right. I'm screwing it up completely. Yeah, Granny's is Saturday, not Sunday. Yeah, Sunday at noon definitely works because that's basically what had been Lavender Lady's time slot.
Well, Tsunami is saying 6 or 7. Do you prefer a 6 or 7, Tsunami?
Oh, that late in the afternoon, that won't work for me because I've got
you got
shows
stream
on both Saturday and Sunday at 8 p.m.
But yeah, I wouldn't mind sitting in on thing.
Well, what if we did it at like 6? So that you could. Well, how much time do you need to prep before your stream?
Careful, Mage. We're going to convert you if you're not careful.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Also, I'm not sure what time zone Tsunami's talking about.
Oh, 2 is in Eastern time.
Okay.
Every so often, I'd depending. Sometimes people mention their location. Sometimes they mention their time zone, and
yep.
Sometimes it actually stays in my head.
Yeah, I can't keep it straight. Who's in which time zone? I get very confused about it all.
Yeah, okay. noon Eastern should be good.
Okay,
Bree, how is noon Eastern on Sunday for you, Bree?
Yep.
I'm Eastern also. I'm up near Syracuse in New York.
So that's 11 o'clock Central, and yeah, like I say, that's the time that Lavender Lady always used to do her coffee, her coffee chats. So, as far as I know, nobody else has started streaming in that time zone or in that time slot.
Okay, cool.
Then I might as well mention my situation here.
Yep.
Next Wednesday, I may not make the show. I don't know yet if that's going to be accurate.
At the hospital again, or?
No.
Okay.
Other situation.
I won't poke. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm putting a link in the chat to the Discord, so anybody who's not already a member of the Transpositions Discord, you can join, and then you can come play.
Okay. Is there some place in the Transposition Discord that we could, talk about setting up this makeup stream? Otherwise, I can set something up in mine.
Probably we would go with the general voice channel, because it's open to all members, and we can just turn cameras on for whoever wants their camera on. I think. I may be silly, but I think that would work.
What does your logo look like? Your avatar?
Whose?
The Transpositions newsroom.
Oh,
it's the transgender symbol slightly tilted with the letters TPN
okay.
across it.
I find it now.
Oh,
okay, Beck, you can come and teach us
I'll
how
do
to
my
do
nails tomorrow during the show. I have a photo shoot on Friday, and my nails are fucked.
Yeah. Part of my problem is that, I'm not used to worrying about appearances. I'm used to doing things like plumbing and electrical where somebody else is going to come along and cover it all up. So as long as it functions, nobody cares what it looks like. So also my hand twitches a lot, so it's hard for me to paint small things.
Oh, yeah. I got a paintbrush just for doing art on, but I haven't had the opportunity. It's got one of these tiny little points. It's I don't think my camera can even focus on it. I'll try to hold it over my eye so it shows.
No, I can't see the brush tip. I can only see the metal knurl.
Yeah, it's very tiny, but I haven't had time to play with it, and half the time, giggity, and half the time, I'm like, I keep needing to type, so I can't, yeah. But someday, I'm gonna upgrade my nail art skills.
Yep. Well, after I get to learn things being a bit more artistic, I am looking forward to eventually getting damn it, what's the thing called again? An airbrush.
Airbrushes, say.
Yeah, well, basically, I already have a compressor that I don't use for anything anymore.
I loved airbrushing.
And I've been watching some channels that do reviews on them, and apparently you can get some pretty decent beginner level ones for, like $30 now.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me, Perp? I distracted here.
Just talking about airbrushes in general. That I've been watching some channels that review them, and I've seen them say that there's some, some beginner level ones that you can get for around $30 that they say are pretty good.
Harbor Freight used to have some adequate.
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm talking about, that I've seen a couple of channels that have reviewed some of the Harbor Freight ones. And mostly I'm looking at it for mostly painting small toys, but I also know that, a lot of people, do nails and, even do painting on themselves with them. So after I get enough practice with them.
Okay, I'm all caught up on TPN.
Yay!
Yeah. Yeah. So, Mommy, I understand the reason Why a lot of women have the first two nails on the right hand shorter. I know about that.
Although I've heard that it's about 50-50. Some are the first two fingers rather than the two middle fingers.
Yep.
But it's the same thing.
What, bowling balls?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously.
So you're worried about where you're going to stick your fingers in the balls, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh yes, they do get in the way of playing guitar. That was a big reason Sloth Girl never grew her nails.
Oh, I'm so. This is one thing I really wish HRT would fix. My giant fucking fingers. I lost the ability to play stringed instruments in the 6th fucking grade because my fingers are so big I cannot hit just one string. Even on a fucking bass, like an orchestra bass, I cannot hit just one string at a time. My fingers are too damn big.
Yeah, I've never been able to play music just because I've got good hearing as far as being able to, hear pitches out of the normal range, but I have trouble sorting sounds. The music gets all jumbled together. It actually is a form of auditory dyslexia.
Mm-hmm.
Ember,
It also,
I have bad news for your fingers. They're pretty much going to stay how they are. You might
I
lose some
know.
weight on them, but
yeah.
I
Well, and
know
of
there's
course,
a lot of things that just don't, the things that do change very fucking slowly, but those are pretty much just fucked. I mean, I suppose I could design a special surgery just for those, but I need to be stupid rich to even consider that.
I wouldn't let anybody cut open my hand. You do it once, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
you'll start a whole
What
new
about cybernetic limbs? I could just get one of those Bluetooth extra arms, right?
Yep.
And I can just hold my real hands behind my back and play with the digital arms.
There you go.
That could work, right?
I thought when you were talking about surgeries, I thought we were going to start a whole new conspiracy, about cutting off teenagers' hands so that we could transplant their fingers.
I suppose the cybernetic arm would also work as a good stranger too.
I just hate my family genetics. I got the taller genes from my mom's side, but it also came along with the big feet and big hands gene. And my two brothers have these tiny little hands.
Well, that's inconsiderate.
and miniature feet.
Oh, the feet are the fucking worst. One plus is my feet have been shrinking. I went from a size 14 or 15, depending on which shoe store I was in, on the male side, and I can now fit into an 11.5 women's.
Oh.
And that's fantastic because most shoe stores, even actual shoe stores, only go up to a 12, and that's just the very few, very biggest shoes they have. Holy crap.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I'm still shrinking. I hope so, because it would be nice to have more options. But
yeah.
Fuck.
Okay, we have been going for 4 hours at this point.
That never happens, especially when I'm here.
And Molly's son is patiently waiting on me for doing a Lego transaction with him, so
that's fair. That's a valid reason. I've been thinking about saying I need to go several times because I do have a lot of shit I need to do tonight, and I've got to go to bed very soon. But this has been fun, so fuck it.
Well, let's do a wrap up here, Ember. You've got a couple of things coming up you want to plug.
Of course. Transpositions tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time. On the channel. I need another link. Everybody knows where Transpositions is. My channel Saturday. Mark is out of town, so we're doing a unorthodox bonus live. Gonna cover some as yet unexplained science and probably immediately derail as one does. Sunday, I've got Michael Beverly coming by for the Atheist Lives interview. I've got those going again, also on my channel. And Monday, typically Bree re-airs the good news segment from the previous week as its own standalone thing. So back over to the Transpositions. to watch whatever I put together featured all by itself. I think there's probably something else I'm forgetting, but that'll do. Like and subscribe. Share the stream. Bring your friends. Vote. Now I'm done.
Okay, Dave, I know you've been doing your streams about autism. What have you got going on?
I'm just doing my streams on autism right now. I am on Twitch, Kick, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, blah 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 blah. I'm the autistic page. That's all.
Okay, Mage, what have you got coming up?
Not much going on right now at the moment. And I do have a couple of video ideas I want to do, but see when I get them out. So that's about it.
Okay. Jenny, do you have any final words for us? I'm trying to grab
yes,
people's links.
if Saturday, if you come on over in our neck of the woods, I'll be working 3rd Street at the Screw You, Screw Me Gentlemen's Club. And we're going to have free gimme grabs. Well, actually, they're not free. There's $10 a piece, but we call them free just so you buy them. And we actually sell you the drinks. Because we're not allowed to sell, the bodies, but that's what you're really paying for is the bodies. The alcohol's all watered down, anyways.
It's Kool-Aid, basically. Come drink our Kool-Aid, folks.
And then next week I may or may not be here on Wednesday.
So these screw me, screw you. I mean, what kind of bits do I have to bring for my screwdriver for that affair?
Whatever you feel comfortable with, I'm sure will fit just fine.
Well, you can't get a Phillips bit into a standard slot. It just doesn't work.
Just bring a multi-tool. You'll be fine.
Okay. And yeah, I don't have anything happening except for being here same time next week. So thank you, everybody, for coming.
Be gay, do crimes, don't get caught.
Try not to die.
Where's our banner?
I don't know, but you're supposed to cut it off as soon as I say that.
I know, I'm sorry.
That was the exit line, Purple. We rehearsed this.
Yeah, I was looking for the banner to acknowledge our supporters. I'm sorry. I messed it all up.
God, you're never going to make it on Kelly and Mark.
Pressure, Southern Cell, Greg Hartwick. Yeah, see, and Mage brought this up. Kitty the Atheist, Robert X. We thank you all for helping us here. And, like I say, I'm a rookie. I've only been at this for 7.5 years. I've got no clue what I'm doing. Anything that you see that looks good on this channel is because of Mage.
Oh, that reminds me, one additional note. I don't know if you've deleted any videos off your channel ever, but if the count is accurate, this is video number 500.
Oh, wow.
What, on Perps?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So congrats on half a millennium of content.
Where do you see the count?
I can't check that. I don't know how to count on 120.
I'll just share the damn screen. It's easier than trying to describe.
I didn't even realize there was a place that I could look at that.
Okay,
what are you doing nosing around
in the share selection thing? Because I wanted to find the link to the stream because it started late and I wanted to make sure I still had the notification on.
Okay. Now, to be fair, I think I have 9 edited videos I did.
Shall I bring this up?
Yeah. Okay, so this is the purple rhymes with orange, just main screen. And it's got the For You page, it's got the current show streaming, and just below Purple's big name. It's got the @ handle and then 630 subscribers and then 500 videos.
Oh.
You can also add your pronouns, you know, if you wanna. You don't have to.
Well, so
I'm
this will be.
surprised I forgot to put them in there.
This will be 501.
No, because this one counts because it's live on the channel.
Okay, my only question is, why aren't you using dark mode?
Why would I? Okay. I do on my phone because I try to save battery, but on my monitor, everything's white because my monitor is part of my lighting setup. The reason you can see my eyes is because the monitor has white light.
Black costs the battery, not the white, because the black is blocking the light, so it has to be dense.
Okay, but as far as this being my 500th thing on the show, I have not deleted any. But I do have like 9 edited videos I made. So that means we've got like 9 more, about 2 months to do before we come to my actual 500th live stream.
Oh, yay. Hey, then we can do like a special party specifically for it instead of a footnote at the end of a very long stream.
Yep.
Send me a couple of those
we'll
airline alcohol things, and I can celebrate with you then.
Okay, so with all that, sorry for blowing everybody's sign off, but we'll do it again. So goodbye, everybody. Catch you next week.
Be gay, do crime, don't get caught.
Tally ho.